face the flag and sing along. We're going to start on this note. Ready, begin. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Enjoy the show.
Thank you, Fran. It's always a pleasure. As we're getting a few more cattle here to the makeup area, we will be starting here very, very shortly. Good morning, and we're underway. Our first class of Shorthorns on our south side of the arena. This will be class 2104 early spring heifer calves born March 1st to April 30th of 2025. Serving as our judge on the south side of the arena is Chad Holtkamp. Chad, along with his wife Kim, are owner-operators of Holtkamp Cattle Company at West Point, Iowa. They began Holtkamp Cattle Company as a first-generation operation in 1988 with 4 cows. Holtkamp Cattle Co. is now full-time cattle operation. The cattle are marketed through multiple sales throughout the year with emphasis on purebred cattle as well as club calf production. Champions have emerged from both the sales at national and state levels. Chad has over 30 years experience evaluating show cattle, including judging at the North American, the American Royal, Fort Worth, the National Western, Cattlemen's Congress, and National Junior Angus Show. Chad earned his animal science degree from Oklahoma State University in Stillwater, Oklahoma, and his associate's degree from Blackhawk College.
I told people Penford would probably start, but I don't know how long.
He was also a member of the national champion livestock judging team at both Blackhawk East and Oklahoma State. We're sure happy to have Chad with us here today. We look forward to his appraisal and evaluation of the cattle. Good morning on the north side of the ring. Judging today on our north side of the ring will be Jake Bloomberg from Berwick, Illinois. Jake graduated from Blackhawk East and Oklahoma State University, where he was part of the livestock judging teams. He currently runs 150 Simmental, Angus, and Maine cows. Thanks for being with us, Jake. Look forward to seeing your handiwork all day. Results from Class 1802 and your other registered breed purebreds. First place goes to entry 2562. That is M&M Miss Natalie, exhibited by M&M Stock Farms of Panama, Iowa. Coming in next, we'll have Class 1806. These are senior heifer calves born September 1st to December 31st of 2024.
Good morning, everybody. Sure glad to be here. We're going to have a good Shorthorn show, and we start out with a nice trio of heifers like this. And I think it's a really close between the top two in sorting the cattle, and some of those things that we're going to stay, that's going to be very important to me as we go on through today, kind of sorts itself out in this pair. What I like about my class winner, I think she's more natural in terms of her true rib shape and dimension she does have. She's still square in terms of her structure, the way she gets around, but just her center body, her squareness to her hips, she's still got some top shape, got some dimension. I like that about her. I think if she gets out and leads better, she'll be good. There's no doubt that the one here in second is really long and extended up in her front end. They've done a nice job from a presentation standpoint. She does look good. With that extra length of body, though, where I question her, and I know in these young, immature cattle, it's hard to get too critical of them, but I'd still like to see a little more forerib, a little more natural rib to her rib and flank. Part of that could be just coming to town and hauling, not eating and drinking and staying there, but I think she's got a bright future. That's a nice pair. The younger heifer coming down here next is real smooth made, good straight line in terms of her top shape, solid in terms of her angles, just needs to be stouter in terms of foot bone and a little more in her lower third to be competitive, but still a very, very nice heifer with a good future.
Results in your Shorthorn show. Class 2104, first place goes to entry 3382. That is KEG Victoria 95N, exhibited by Ryan Kegley of Kearney, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3684. Animal's name is LC Daisy A19N, exhibited by Tony Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 3383. KEG Rita 21N, exhibited by Ryan Kegley of Kearney, Nebraska. Coming up next in our Shorthorn shows, Class 2106, junior heifer calves born January 1st to February 28th of 2025. Hartmans aren't coming? Should be 3 in the class, but 2 have scratched, so just one in the class on the north side of the ring. Results in the north side of your arena. Your champion heifer calf will go to entry 2563. That is M&M Miss Southern Belle, exhibited by M&M Stock Farms of Panama, Iowa. And your reserve in that division will be entry 2562, M&M Miss Natalie, also exhibited by M&M Stock Farm of Panama, Iowa. Coming in next in that show ring will be summer yearling heifers born May 1st, August 31st of 2024.
As we get into this This next class here, this is a class that does have some challenge because we have a lot of positives that each one offers, and maybe a deficiency or two in a spot that maybe we would change or like to see them different. So I think you've just got to go through and just really got some gives and takes, but just doesn't take anything away that they still got a lot of good to them. The heifer to start with, I think she's just beautiful in terms of her pattern. They got her presented well. She's got some width, some power, some stoutness. I like the looks that she does give us. I think she, for her age and maturity, is good in terms of mid-rib shape. My question on her is she's just a little edgy in terms of her structure. I'd like to free her up and just give her a little more flexibility, but I think just shape and body composition, she's just a good place to start. Then if we go in there and I kind of land on the white heifer to fall second, I tell you, she covers the basics well that I like. She's good in terms of her body, full rib on back. She's square in terms of her top. She has some width, but she still has some smoothness. She blends and proportions really well. She's not the over stout heifer of the class, and you would probably like to power up just a little, but I still like that maternal build that she gives us. The 1 1/3, I like her in terms of femininity. She's a little bit refined. She becomes the kind of the lightweight heifer that gives up a little bit of performance, but I still think of the first trio, she probably is still the combination heifer of femininity and structural correctness. I like her flexibility and movement. Just need more of her for her to go ahead and move up a little bit higher. The dark red heifer here, I think, is one that, she too is really good in terms of her front end. She blends in that front third extremely well. I like that about her. She gets a little bit, part of it's probably fighting the halter, but to me, she gets a little up at her top, gets a little too frail up underneath herself from her hind leg structure. I would just like to change it. The big frame heifer that rounds out the class, I like her in terms of her midsection depth of body from the side. She becomes a little flatter to me in terms of her shape and a little too upright in terms of her front shoulder, but she's still a good balance, good, nice build heifer. Congratulations on a nice class of Shorthorn females.
Results in your other registered purebreds. First place in Class 1808 goes to entry 3511. That is Mini Me, exhibited by Addison Grotlushin of Columbus, Nebraska. Coming in the ring next on the north side will be spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2024. Results from your Shorthorn show. Class 2106 junior heifer calves. First place goes to entry 3683. That is LC Daisy HI 13N, exhibited by Tony Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1450, GCF Princess 507N, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 3862, RJE Sally Mae 2506, exhibited by Eisenhower Cattle Company of Wellfleet, Nebraska. Fourth place entry 1451, GCF Robin 505N, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. And fifth place goes to entry 1452, GCF Cindy 504N, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting our junior heifer calf and reserve junior heifer calf champion in that ring.
Over here on this side, in the first division here, your Shorthorns, 4 very nice heifers that still, have a lot of positives to look and offer. I think both of them, and the one that wins that first class, just talk about her, and where I felt she was the best in that class is just her center body for her age and her maturity. I think she's really true in terms of her midsection. She's good in the upper portion of her hip. I like that about her. Now, there's times with even in this breed of where she's at, I'd like to see her neck come up out of her shoulder a little bit more natural in terms of just set and carriage, and she probably just could be just a little bigger footed too, but just a good good-bodied, good-built, square one. No doubt that the really good-looking one here is the one come out of that second class. She's beautiful in terms of her pattern. She's got that extra stoutness in terms of muscle, still good in terms of her body. Gives you a good look. I did, as we do say, I would probably soften her structure just a little as she goes, but still, she's probably got the body shape, the look, and the presence that we're after, so she will be a champion of her division. Congratulations to him. And then the white heifer, I know she covers the basics really well, but I like that kind of cow. She'll be reserved. Congratulations to those two. Give them a nice hand.
Thanks, so. You bet. Yep.
Results in your Shorthorn show. Your junior heifer calf champion goes to entry 3683. That is LC Daisy HI 13N, exhibited by Tony Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. Reserve champion goes to entry 1450. That is GCF Princess 507N, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now is class 2108. These are winter heifer calves born November 1st to December 31st of 2024. Catching up on placings on the north side of the arena from class 1810 spring yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 1664. That is PKL DSUL Lottie 411M ET, exhibited by Sarah Mead of Aurora, Nebraska. And second place entry 1561. That is Dunk Monica 473M ET, exhibited by Weston Stemick and Wolf Farms of Madison, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got class 1812 junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
As we get over here on this side in your Shorthorn division, boy, we bring a nice one out here to go ahead and win this class. And didn't take long for me to look and study her. She's a big stoutie, but she wins on quality, not on size. I think she's just patterns up really good, very attractive in her front end, big in her center body, still got some moan, gets out and goes good. Very, very nice heifer to talk about. I'm sure we'll discuss her a little bit more as we come back out here a little further, but a very good heifer. You know, the next one is come down where we go to some sort, and I think as you look look at, and balance is important to me, and I think that this is the next best balance heifer of the lineup. She just fits together well from her shoulder into her rib cage, good in terms of center body, level and square in terms of her hip, and I just think some of them things she has. Now, has she got the extras in terms of a little neck and big legs? No, that's probably where we'd like to amplify her up a little bit, but still a good complete heifer to fit in there. We got a very stout muscular one here in third. I like her shape. I like having some true dimension and cow power in there. She has some doability to me. She's just a little bit slicker heighted type of a female. But for me, it just gets to be in terms of balance. She gets a little deeper in her chest floor relative to her flank. Just doesn't allow her to be quite as attractive on the side view as you step back off of her like we do, but does some things there. The next heifer, the red heifer, I like her front end, her head, the feminine she possesses. She's fresh to the point of being green in terms of her condition. I think she has a lot of things we need, but for today, to me, she doesn't have enough body, doesn't have enough rib shape for her to move up any higher. She has a lot of good. I think as a big senior yearling, that one could be very competitive and do some things really well. A little more moderate size one comes out here next. She's square built, good in her top, still square in terms of her shape. I like those things about her. She gave up a little bit in terms of performance, but the biggest thing I would have against her is the way she's built up there in her front shoulder. She's a little too straight, a little too vertical there, and I'd like to change that about her, but still a nice pattern, good female that offers a lot of good here within this breed.
Results in your Shorthorn show, your senior heifer calf champion and class winner, first place, goes to entry 1566. That is BFS Margie Pay, PW 499 ET, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Second place, and this will also be your reserve senior heifer calf champion, goes to entry 1352, Crook Bose Knight 503, exhibited by Daryl Crook of Rising City, Nebraska. Third place in that class goes to entry 1351, Crook Mona Lisa Flash 501, exhibited by Daryl Crook of Rising City, Nebraska. And fourth place goes to entry 1353, Crook Mona Lisa Flash 504, exhibited by Daryl Crook of Rising City, Nebraska. Fifth place goes to entry 1453, GCF Silver Rose 434M, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now, we will have class 2112, that is summer yearling females born July 1st, August 31st of 2024. Catching up on some placings from your other registered breeds. In Class 1812, first place, and that would be your division champion. Be your champion senior female, goes to entry 2147, that is BMW Dolly 206M ET, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. And your reserve in that division goes to entry 3511. That's Mini Me, exhibited by Addison Grolution of Columbus, Nebraska. Coming in next in that division, we will have our cow-calf pair class. Those were also your grand and reserve grand champions in that other registered breed division.
As we get a single entry over here in your Shorthorn division, we've got an August heifer. Young lady, I tell you, she's done a great job. This is a well cared for, well maintained, beautiful patterned heifer. Just kind of fun to look at. I just got to visit with her a little bit, but you like that kind of cattle in terms of just, she's ready for today, and I think she's good on terms of condition. But I love her, just her center body, her mass. She still puts together a very, very nice show heifer package. There's times, and we'll talk about that as we get out here for division. But that's a high quality one. I know there's just one of her in this age group, but definitely you can see, as I can see, one that could handle some competition. Very nice heifer. Young lady did a great job.
Results in your Shorthorn show, Class 2112, first place goes to entry 1564. That is BRUS Whiskey's Abbey 9M, exhibited by Caitlin Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. In the ring now, Class 2114, late spring yearling females born May 1st to June 30th of 2024.
Another in a single entry here in your Shorthorns, but boy, we got a stoutie here. She is big top, big hip, got some power. I like she's got some dual purpose for her in terms of what she could do, maybe making some purebred Shorthorn steers at some point with that kind of power. Still has a lot of luck. We like her. Very, very nice heifer. Nice job, young man.
Results in Class 2114, late spring yearling females. First place goes to entry 1467. That is TCC Roan Cali 008, exhibited by Caden Holland of Pierce, Nebraska. We'll now be selecting our intermediate champion in that division. Results on the north side of the show ring. From your other registered breeds, this is cow-calf pair class. First place goes to entry 2565, RJA Miss Karen 222K, exhibited by M&M Stock Farms of Panama, Iowa. Coming up next, we'll be starting our bull show on the north side of the arena with Class 1820. These are early junior bull calves born January 1st to February 28th of 2025.
So we get in this division here, intermediates, assuming here, we have two very nice. We have two single entries. You know, they have some similarities in terms of, you know, just rib shape and power, some width, some muscle, and I like those things about both of them, you know, as we go talk. And I talk about the one that, you know, come out of my second class of this division. You know, she is wide-topped, big in terms of just hooks to pins width. I like that about her. Now, for me, I probably just got to relax her in terms of her shoulder, back at her knee, and relax her rear hock just a little. But, boy, I like that body composition shape that she does give us. The roan heifer, very similar in terms of boldness and rib shape. She still has width, maybe not as much muscle as one behind her, but she has plenty. She's really blends good as we study and look at her from the side. She's really clean jointed. I like how she gets out and goes. There's times she gets just a little bit wide in terms of her, right there from her hocks as she goes. I'd like to change her hip and hind leg just a little in terms of movement. But boy, that's a beautiful pattern, high quality heifer that sure fits a lot of things I like. So young lady, you're going to be champion. Congratulations to you on a high quality heifer. Give her a hand, folks, on a nice pair, and gentlemen, to be reserved.
In your Shorthorn show, your intermediate champion female goes to entry 1564, BRUS Whiskey's Abbey 9M, exhibited by Caitlin Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Your reserve champion intermediate female honors go to entry 1467, TCC Roan Cali 008, exhibited by Caden Holland of Pierce, Nebraska. Coming in next will be Class 2116. These are early spring yearling females born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
Yeah, there's produces big.
In the north side of the arena, this is our produce of dam class. Those cattle were here in the program. They're towards the end, but these cattle were right here, so we went ahead and judged them. First place goes to M&M Stock Farm of Panama, Iowa. Also, Breeders' Herd goes to M&M Stock Farm of Panama, Iowa. Congratulations to you exhibitors. Results from Class 1820, early junior bull calves, born January 1st to February 28th. In this class, he will be first. He will also be bull calf champion and also grand champion bull in this division. Entry 2566 is M&M Ranger, exhibited by M&M Stock Farms of Panama, Iowa. Going back to the group class. This will be your Breeders' Herd.
Boy, a really good, big, competitive class. Fun to sort through and kind of grow. And, you know, as you go through, you like quality and you like challenge from an evaluator to go through, and you've got those differences. And, you know, we may have some differences of opinion, but I'm really comfortable in terms of where we've got them here. And I'll explain to you where I see and what I like. Now, the heifer to win, I think she does so to me. She's that combination heifer because I like cattle that have some stoutness to them. I like some that have some rib shape and dimension. She's not the deepest in terms of body. She's very good in terms of depth of body, but the upper turn to her rib cage is good. She blends real good in terms of chest width into her body. She's still stout and powerful in terms of her muscle. You know, another advantage she has, I like her over the one in second. She's better footed. You get to and you study hoof structure. She's good in her angles, but her foot quality is better. It's more even. I think they've got her foot trim, but I think it's important to have them like that, you know, because we judge cattle in terms of structural correctness and angles and hoof quality to keep them in terms of longevity on down the way. Now, the maternal build of where this one has got some of those things, she's the best in terms of body, mid-rib, depth, and dimension to that lower third of any of them out here. Not going to argue that with you. She's flat about her shoulder. She's good in terms of some of those things we look at and like from the side. For me, she probably just still a little more upright in terms of her front shoulder, and she's just a little longer in terms of her toes. I'd like to just even that up just a little bit and give her just a shot more muscle. But there's no doubt with that kind of body and maternal look, you've got to consider her to the top end of the class for sure. The heifer in third, I like her. She's really nice in terms of femininity and pattern. I like the straightness down her top, the length to her hip. All those things are good. She's good in terms of her rib shape when you study it from the side on the side profile. I just need more roundness, getting up at these bigger bred heifers in terms of fullness there to her rear rib and flank for her to be just a little more competitive to two ahead of her. But I like her pattern. I like her kind. I think she's really nice. You know, the one that comes out here fourth, she's very attractive in terms of just her color. She kind of catches your eye. I like her in her top line. I like the shape of muscle she does have. She's good and level from the side. You know, for me, she just ended up being too straight in terms of her hock. Wasn't flexible enough and mobile enough to go ahead and move up any higher. You know, the bigger outlined heifer that's really got the length of body and pattern, we can appreciate those things about her quite a little bit because that's where performance and weight per day of age comes in length of body. I just like to see a little more of her in terms of just boldness and spring and a little bit more muscle. But I like her pattern. I like her length. I like her extension. A very, very nice heifer. A good big-bodied one comes out here next, and I like her depth of side, and I like her front end from just a look and female standpoint. You know, just to back two-thirds, or the back third of her, I should say, hooks back to her pins down to the ground is where I would probably change this one a little bit. Real nice, solid heifer comes out and rounds out the class. She has some shape, some roundness to her rib in a good way. You know, just to me, just give up balance and muscle to go ahead and compete any higher. But a very nice heifer. Congratulations on a really nice class here in your Shorthorn show.
In your Shorthorn show, from results from Class 2116, early spring yearling females, first place goes to entry 410, Czech's Roanhart 404, exhibited by Team Luth of Clarkson, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1471, CSF Crystal Swan 2435 ET, exhibited by Aubrey Jensen of Pearson, Nebraska. Third place entry 1355, SULL LGF Ruby's Reward 4413 MET, exhibited by Daryl Crook of Rising City, Nebraska. Fourth place entry 1087, CAS Layla ET, exhibited by Tegan Hittner of Pine Bluff, Wyoming. Fifth place entry 1354, DJS Sherry C 420 ET, exhibited by Daryl Crook of Rising City, Nebraska. Sixth place entry 3604, S-Bar S, MH Lucky Charm, 724 ET, exhibited by Rowan Bowman of York, Nebraska. And 7th placed entry 2168, and the animal's name is Fireball, exhibited by Dunn of Homer, Nebraska. Coming in, that will also be your junior champion and reserve junior female. Coming in the ring now, we've got Class 2118 junior yearling females. Results from the north side of your ring from Class 1801. First place goes to entry 3215. That is KMRX Ruby Red 527N, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska.
But two very nice heifers if you want them to in that class.
Results from early yearling heifer calf class. First place goes to entry 1666. That is THCC Miss Ivory 226N, exhibited by Sarah Mead of Aurora, Nebraska. And second place entry 3214 KMRX Ruby Red 521N, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our champion in that division.
Over here on the Shorthorn side, we stepped it up a little bit in terms of, bringing out some quality. Both these two are very high quality. We've got this young lady here, this one in first. Boy, she is focused. Asked her if she got a smile in there. She said, there, see, I see it there. She said, this is time for cow show, and you gotta stay focused. But hey, it's a fun event. It's good. You've got a well cared for, high quality one. I tell you where I really like this heifer. I think she's just massive in terms of just body and rib shape, like we look to talk about. Love that length of hip and extension she has in there. She's clean about her joints, sets down her feet really well. I like those things about her. There's times maybe she rolls a little on them front toe a little more, maybe what we call ideal, but that's still a very high quality heifer that's got a lot of good. The young lady, I compliment her for doing a really nice job. This young lady here, she's passionate about her Shorthorn. She brings one out here dialed in, ready to go. That really looks apart, and I like that about her. This heifer is really high quality, but where she gives up in a few areas to my class winner, it's just midsection. Her rear rib and flank just doesn't have enough mass in terms of her rib shape, and she just puts her hind leg down just a little stronger with a little more authority maybe we'd like to see, but that's a nice pair. Congratulations to those two exhibitors. Fun to evaluate.
Results in your Shorthorn show. First place, and this will be your senior champion female, goes to entry 2144. That is DJS Wild Cherry C409ET, exhibited by Blaine Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place, and this will be your reserve champion female in that division, goes to entry 1562 KEG Gentry 2M, exhibited by Caitlin Bruce of Waback, Nebraska.
Back over here in our
Again, our Shorthorns, we bring a single entry out here. This young lady brings us a very nice heifer, too, that we can be proud of. Within the breed, we've got muscle, and I've been very impressed. I've talked about that a lot here today, within this breed, and I know we've put some emphasis. She got some top shape, some hip, and I think we can look and talk about those and being a positive because she's still very ladylike in terms of her front end as we get out there. Now, if we would, probably just, I'm kind of critical of that, but I do believe in that. She's a little sharper in terms of her hock. I'd like to just clean her up at her joint work a little, but still a very nice high quality heifer. Congratulations.
Results in your Shorthorn show, class 2120 senior yearling females. First place goes to entry 1356. That's Crook's Margie's Dream, exhibited by Daryl Crook of Rising City, Nebraska. In our the north side of the arena, we've got our champions in that junior division. champion goes to entry 1666 THCC Miss Ivory 226N, exhibited by Sarah Mead of Aurora, Nebraska, and reserve was exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. First place in Class 1807, Summer Yearling Heifers. First place is 32.95. The animal's name is Mirage, exhibited by Laurel Moore of Sutton, Nebraska. Coming in next, Class 1809, Spring Yearling Heifers, born March 1st, April 30th of 2024. In the south side of the arena, we'll be selecting our grand champion over here.
Division, yeah.
Okay.
We've got a division, I think senior division. Yep. Really nice lineup. We'll be real quick to pick our overall champion in a second, but give due recognition to these guys. Both these class winners are very, very nice heifers. We got a very good second in here. And I talked about yours in class. What we like about Shorthorns, we got some muscle in it. We put some power back in there. I've got a female with some doability to her. Now we would still probably tweak her a little in terms of her structure, but I still think she's a good female. Young lady here starting to warm out that smile a little quicker there, but a beautiful heifer. She's big-bodied. I love that color. I like the dimension she has. She too is well cared for, but that's a very nice heifer. Congratulations. You'll be champion in this division. Young lady in the far end, my passionate little Shorthorn breeder, she be reserve as well. So congratulations to these guys. Give them a nice round of applause.
In your senior champion division in your Shorthorn show, your champion goes to entry 2144. That is DJS Wild Cherry C409 ET, exhibited by Blaine Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. And reserve goes to entry 1562. That is KEG Gentry 2M, exhibited by Caitlin Bruce of Walbeck, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting our grand champion Shorthorn female in the south side of the arena.
Nice pair of heifers.
Results in Class 1809, Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 5013. That is OCR MCF Miss Charlie 19M, exhibited by Tronic Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Second place to entry 2366. That is KKF Lucy 106M, exhibited by Jelinek Cattle Company of Osceola, Nebraska. Third place to entry 3467. LIN Marjorie 448. M, exhibited by Prospect Hill Farms of Elm Creek, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 3081, TPSC All Me Ginger 202H, exhibited by Kyle Martz of Grass Bluegrass, Iowa. Coming in next will be Class 1811 Junior Yearling Heifers born February 1st to February 28th of 2024.
As we get over on this side here, we've got a really good division here. I tell you, it's been fun to sort them, and I tell you, there's some things that, they sure say in Shorthorn cattle. I think they've done a good job. They've always been a maternal breed on the British side. They've always been really good looking, and done some things really well that way. But we've went ahead and you've done a good job as breeders, and I mean that sincerely. Put some muscle, put some shape back in these cattle, and I think they've got it. And I think they represent all these divisions really, really well, and it's just is a good spot. I love the passion that Shorthorn breeders do have, and I do know it. Do have some background. I know in my office, farm office there at home, we do have a certificate that my grandfather had back as a Shorthorn member back in the early 50s, somewhere in there. That is significant. It is something we did put on the wall that we do have. So do have some ties back to to the passion of this breed. So it's always fun when you get to a state fair level, and we want to make sure that we still stick one out or take one that goes to the next level as we put our champions together, and want those to have quality and be competitive. And we're going to send a competitive one later tonight in terms of a Supreme Jive. I think it's good. I'm going to have a pair of high quality ones. So folks, put your hands together. We've talked about it. In a good division, I'll get you a champion reserve.
Results in your Shorthorn show. Your grand champion, Shorthorn female, goes to entry 2144, DJS Wild Cherry C409ET, exhibited by Blaine Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion, Shorthorn female, goes to entry 1566. That is BFS Margie Pay PW 499, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Waback, Nebraska. Coming in next, we will be doing actually I think we're going to take a quick picture break on the south side, catching up on results from the north side of the arena. From Class 1811, first place goes to entry 4840, SHSK Mara 91M, exhibited by Tinley Luby of Staplehurst, Nebraska. Second place entry 4234, HINR Miss Magnolia 421M, exhibited by Heinrichs Farms of Ayer, Nebraska. And third place entry 3770, the animal's name is Rose, exhibited by Lawson Gall of Clarkson, Nebraska. In the ring now, Class 1813 Senior Yearling Heifers, born September 1st to December 31st.
Nice.
Results in your north side of the ring. Your champion senior female goes to entry 5013. That is OCR MCF Miss Charlie 19M, exhibited by Charnock Simmental of Wymore, Nebraska. Reserve in that division goes to entry 2366. That is KKF Lucy 106M ET, exhibited by Jelnick Cattle of Osceola, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting our grand champion OCB female. Your grand champion, other composite breed female, goes to entry 5013. That is OCR MCF Miss Charlie 19M, exhibited by Charnock Simmental of Wymore, Nebraska. Reserve grand champion in that division goes to entry 2366. KKF Lucy 106M ET, exhibited by Jelnick Cattle Company of Osceola, Nebraska. Now we are switching genders, and we'll start our bull show in our other composite breed bull division. Results in your OCR show for the bulls, class 1827, first place. This will also be your champion senior bull and also your grand champion OCB bull. Goes to entry 2620 NRR Timeless 406, exhibited by Fleischman Cattle Company of Craig, Nebraska.
As we get here in this, starting over in the bull side of our Shorthorn division, we've got two nice individuals that both can offer some advantage in terms of a breeding program. I think there's just enough distinct advantage in terms of just muscle power, still some growth and look of the white bull to easily go ahead and have him start the class. He is built really nice. He got a great look. I think he's got a good future to come out there and go. The red bull, we talk about, he is smooth about his head and his shoulder, good in terms of center body. Just needs to power up a little bit more to be a little more competitive with the one right ahead of him, but still built really good and a nice animal. Congratulations.
Results in your Shorthorn bull class, class 2128. First place goes to entry 1454. That is GCF Norman, 520 in, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. And second place, entry 714. Cook Broadway, 503 in, exhibited by Cook Cattle of Crawford, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 2130. These are junior bull calves born January 1st to February 28th of 2025.
Getting these younger cattle there and just getting them to lead and do what they're supposed to do. We just kind of shortcut here a little bit, but we have our emphasis in terms of quality and kind, and you've got some give and take in your female show that I can give up a little bit of size because I bring them back out there. But we get in the bull side, and I think you just got to draw that line a little stouter, and I think there is a premium to size and power and dimension, and I think that's where the gentleman the bull going to go ahead and win the class. He's big topped. He's big hipped, he's got some dimension, and he's got the distinct advantage of weight per day of age that we can talk about in a positive sense. Going to raise offspring that have the ability to get to those bigger, heavier weights that we're after here when we put him into production. Still built good. There's some things we'd tweak on him structure-wise, but still a very nice individual. Now, there's no doubt, my references I talked about there in the heifer show, this is probably a little more build of what I like in terms of cleanness up front and structural correctness and balance on the move. Just gives up way too much in terms of pounds and weight today to move up any higher. The big outline bull that comes out here in third, you like his extra extension. He offers some unique pieces in terms of a breeding program, but for me, just needs more of him again in terms of body and needs a shot more muscle for him to be a little more competitive. But a very nice individual. Congratulations to those in the bull show.
Results in your Shorthorn show, Class 2130 Junior Bull Calves. First place goes to entry 1455. That is GCF Nemaha, 501 in, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3863. That's RJE, the substitute, 1816R, exhibited by Eisenhower Cattle Company of Wellfleet, Nebraska. Third place, entry 3864. That animal's name is RWE Buckeye 2029, exhibited by Eisenhower Cattle of Wellfleet, Nebraska. Coming up next, we'll be selecting our Junior Bull Calf Champion and Reserve Junior Bull Calf Champion.
As we get out here in Junior Bull Calf Champion and two a little bit different types, but two high-quality bulls in terms of what they got. And I talked about that one in that last class. Excuse me there. He won just in terms of power and mass, and I appreciate that. I like his top. I like his hip. As we talk about changing him a little bit, there's times he gets a little up in his top and just a little straighter in terms of his front end from a balance and kind standpoint, but still has a lot of good, and I still thought in that class he was very, very dominant. The white bull comes out of that younger class. I thought he was just flawless in terms of the way he's built. His structure is good. I think he's very muscular, still very attractive, has some of the right shape, and I think for his age he's appropriate in terms of size and weight with that look. So he fits me best in terms of how I like him built, how I like to have him. So he will be champion, followed by the big bull to be reserved. Give those guys a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
In your Shorthorn show, your junior bull calf champion goes to entry 1454. That is GCF Norman 520N, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. And reserve champion bull calf goes to entry 1455, GCF Nemaha 501N, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. On the north side of the arena, we'll be starting our Foundation Simmental Open Female Show. In the ring now, we've got class 2204. These are heifers born March of 2025.
You know, a single entry here in Shorthorn Bull class, you know, but we got a big, stout, proud one that, you know, still clean in terms of his front end, straight and good in strength in terms of his top and his hip, still has some muscle, still has some shape, does a nice job. As we talk about, we can talk, maybe get out there, we'd maybe still relax his shoulder a little, but I love the body composition of his upper skeleton, does a nice job. Congratulations.
In your Shorthorn Bull Show, Class 2138, late spring yearling bulls, first place goes to entry 1477. The bull's name is Romeo, exhibited by Taylor Christensen of Dodge, Nebraska. That will also be your champion intermediate bull. Coming in next, we'll have Class 2140, early spring yearling bulls born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
Again, we've got a single entry here in this class, but boy, what a captivating is one of the first terminology come to my mind to bull to look at. He is so proud, and you look at him and you still study him. He still has some shape. He's big-footed. He's soft in terms of his pastern. He does a lot of things really well. I like that bull very well. Good individual. Congratulations.
Results in your Shorthorn Bull Show. First place in Class 2140 goes to entry 3722, DJS Avenger HC 429ET, exhibited by Dean Steck of Laurel, Nebraska. In next, Class 2142 Junior Yearling Bulls born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
A little too soft in that regard. Go ahead for striking here for profile. I like to change the way she's heated off here for framework for loose structurally. But like I around out of class has a performance advantage of a couple of the final ones. See the further features that were completely scouted up and they softened up in terms of the high and loose of the skull.
Out here, single entry bull gentleman brings us, really high quality one that still has a look for this age. And, I think his pattern is goes head to hitch. He's really crisp in his lines, clean in terms of his front end. And, you get up on him on this surface, it's kind of unforgiving that way. And what I'm really impressed with is his foot size, his hoof composition, shape, the way he sets down them toes. I think he does a very good job. I think we need to talk about that a little bit in terms of being good. That's a very nice individual. Congratulations.
Results in your Shorthorn Bull Show, Class 2140. First place goes to entry 2142. That is GCF Montana, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbeck, Nebraska. In your Foundation Simmental Show, Class 2204, first place goes to entry 1988. That is NPC Sophie N533, exhibited by NP Cattle Company of Fremont, Nebraska. Second place, entry 5017, LHT MS She's My Destiny, exhibited by Charnick Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Third place, entry 2291, KTS Nexus 410N, exhibited by Caden and Tristan Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 4756, it's YR Miss Certified Lover Girl, exhibited by YR Simmentals of Riverton, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 1861, RESN Jackie's Coping 1N, exhibited by Journey Reeson of Hoskins, Nebraska. And sixth place to entry 3065, that's KNS Miss Nadine, exhibited by EMS Enterprises of Gothenburg, Nebraska. Seventh place, entry 2626, J-Bar T. Benish Hot Cocoa 503N, exhibited by J-Bar T. Benish Cattle of Juniata, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 2206, heifers born in February of 2025.
Out here in this division of Shorthorns, I tell you what, we've got to talk about this pair, and I got a preference. I like them, but we need to talk about, what are some positives that these two things offer. And you talk about, in that breed or any breed whatsoever, these are sound-footed, good structured cattle that have some muscle, have some look, still have some product, some doability, and some practicality. I like that about them. The bigger bull, talked about him. He's really crisp and clean in his lines, clean fronted. He's good in terms of body, not maybe as soft in terms of body. He's a little shorter in terms of hair, not that gives it much, but we could soften him just a little in terms of hock and rib. But I love his pattern, love his kind. Then we get here this darker colored bull that was in that first class. And, I think what hits me is this one's very unique. He's very unique in some good areas. And one, I think he's really deep-bodied. He's loose-structured. He's very loose in his joint work, still big in his foot. And you step back off him, that thing is very captivating in terms of his head, neck, the way he carries it, still has some product. That's a very, very high-quality individual. In this division, I like both bulls. I like this bull quite a bit better. Here to win, the bigger bull than the Class 2 to be reserved. Congratulations.
Results in your Shorthorn Show. Your junior champion bull goes to entry 3722. That's DJS Avenger HC 429 ET, exhibited by Dean Steck of Laurel, Nebraska. And reserve champion junior bull goes to entry 1568 GCF Montana, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbeck, Nebraska. We'll now be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Shorthorn bulls in the south side of the arena.
As we get our focus over here on this side in our Shorthorn division, and we've had, we had a good set of Shorthorns, and I see exhibitors here and breeders of Shorthorn cattle and passionate enthusiasts of this breed. You've got a lot of things to be positive for and look forward to. The white bull, you give up a lot in terms of maturity, but you don't give up anything in terms of quality. I think that thing is built extremely good. He's really good in terms of his angles. I think he's still muscular, good looking, got some body. Looks like he's got some future performance to him. I think he's got a lot of potential. Just gives up a little bit of size and maturity, but I do think that is a very, very nice individual. My compliments to you. The one come out of that middle division there, and what I liked about him is his upper skeleton is very impressive. He's got kind of that groove down his back where he's got some top shape. He's still clean about his front, got some muscularity. We get him out here compared to the bulls on either side, probably could soften his middle up just a little, but still a very, very good individual. Then we get down to the two big senior yearlings, and that was a decision we had to make between those two high-quality bulls of where to go. I just really prefer the bull here that comes out of that big division in terms of so impressive in terms of structure and body, presence, look. He just does a lot of things really well. That's a high-quality bull. We'll look forward to seeing him later today. But congratulations, he'll be champion. Bull right behind him that was tough in that spot to be reserved. Give those guys a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Your grand champion Shorthorn bull goes to entry 3722 DJS Avenger HC 429 ET, exhibited by Dean Steck of Laurel, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion Shorthorn bull goes to entry 1568, that's GCF Montana, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Congratulations to you Shorthorn exhibitors. We'll be bringing in, we might be taking a quick picture break there, and then we'll start in our Shorthorn Plus show. Catching up in our Foundation Simmental show from class 2206. First place goes to entry 1723 KRW Miss Noel 501N, exhibited by Crew Bolin of Laurel, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3743 GAC Angel, exhibited by Christo Cattle Company of Albion, Nebraska. Third place, entry 3473 High Five Nadia 555N, exhibited by High Five Cattle Company of West Point, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 3597 C-Bar W Night Queen 581N, exhibited by CW Cattle of Wayne, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 3474 High Five Miss Nova 5717N, exhibited by High Five Cattle Company of West Point, Nebraska. Sixth place, entry 981 Wirtz Miss Macy N522, exhibited by Jeremy Wirtz of Central City, Nebraska. Seventh place, entry 3216 AMRX Ruby Red 521N, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. Results from class 2208 in your Foundation Simmental show. First place, entry 980 Wirtz Miss Charlie N511, exhibited by Jeremy Wirtz of Central City, Nebraska. And now we are selecting our champion junior Foundation heifer calf. Your champion junior Foundation heifer calf goes to entry 1723 KRW Miss Noel 501N, exhibited by Crew Bolin of Laurel, Nebraska. Reserve Champion Junior Foundation Heifer goes to entry 1988, NPC Sophie N533, exhibited by NP Cattle of Fremont, Nebraska. Coming in next in our Foundation Simmental Open Female Show will be Class 2212. These are heifers born September to October of 2024. Results from Class 2212 in your Foundation Open Simmental Female Show. First place goes to entry 1516. That is TEAG Miranda 90M, exhibited by Brock Lauritsen of Arlington, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2290. That is KTS Jules 426M, exhibited by Caden or Tristan Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. And third place, entry 3983, VCR Chocolate Cocoa 11M, exhibited by Blair Bueller of Fairbury, Nebraska. We'll be selecting, that should have been our champion senior and foundation heifer calf and reserve champion in that class. In the ring now, we've got Class 2218, heifers born June of 2024. Starting in the South Arena, we have our Shorthorn Plus show. This is Class 2103, early spring heifer calves born March 1st, April 30th of 2025.
As we start our Shorthorn Plus show, nice pair of heifers. They're different in terms of their type and kind of what they offer, but they both again have quality. And I chose to use the stouter body, just stouter heifer. There's a little bit more to her, but she's good in terms of those power traits we talked about. But also, I think she has the advantage in being more correct in her spine and her back as she asks her to go. When she moves, she just maintains that just a notch easier as she goes, and I can appreciate that kind really well. I love the attractiveness of the black heifer. Comes in second. She's little and long-necked. You like that about her. She's a little greener, but I think she'll get there in time. But for me, where I probably pick on her a little bit is right there in her top line. She gets up right there in the center of her back. I just like to relax her there a little as she goes, but I think she's got a really bright future ahead of her. I think she's got a lot of quality and a lot of kind to look and talk about. So congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Results in your Shorthorn Plus show. First place goes to entry 3687. That is LC Riley, LB63N, exhibited by Tony Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3603, Miss Miley, BCC, N402, exhibited by E. Marie Bowman of York, Nebraska. That'll be junior heifer calf champion in reserve from that class. And now we'll be bringing in Class 2113, late spring yearling females born May 1st to June 30th of 2024. We still on Class 2218 over here, Diane? They're coming?
Yeah, we got a single entry here, and just a beautiful pattern, beautifully presented heifer, just easy to look at. One, we can sure say some nice things about her, but I'm sure we'll probably talk about her again. But you're just flawless when you study her out here from the side, and the way she's laid in about her shoulder. Still's got some swoop to her belly and got some shape, and still big-footed and flexible. They do have a nice job of really having her dialed in and presented here today. Young lady did a nice job. Congratulations.
Placings in your Shorthorn Plus show from Class 2113, late spring yearling females. First place goes to entry 2307. That is HRL Brownie 47M ET, exhibited by Hadley Dostal of Clarkson, Nebraska. That will also be your intermediate champion female for that division. Coming in next, we've got Class 2115, early spring yearling females born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
Diane.
Calling Volk Simmentals, please bring your entry to the ring. This is Dean's first show. We might need to give him a little leeway. Purely a rookie mistake. We'll let this one go, Dean.
As we get out here, two very nice heifers, a little bit different in terms of presentation, both on condition and then also just even hair coat and clip job presentation. But, the one that I start with, I like her freshness. She's very fresh in terms of the way they've got her out here presented. She's beautiful in terms of her front end. I like that about her. If I would change your heifer a little bit, it would be from hooks to pins, kind of pins down, so to say, in terms of set her down. She stays just a little back in her hock when you ask her to go, but just more of an identification, not really a criticism and talk about there, because I still think she's good in terms of her angles and structure. I think she just would maybe just change or just identify where we did look at that from that standpoint. The heifer in second, now she's not as fresh. She's a little fatter and just doesn't have the freshness of the one, but what she does have advantages over my class winner. She's better from hooks to pins, in my opinion. She's better in her rear rib and flank. Now with that, she gets a little thicker in terms of up in her front end. She's got a little more condition up there around her pins. Just doesn't give us that freshness, balanced look that we've been picking here today, but still a very good heifer. That's a nice pair. Congratulations to both those two exhibitors.
Results in Class 2115. First place goes to entry 756, OBD Beleza 46M, exhibited by Claire Crissell of Chambers, Nebraska. Second place entry 1469, That is Gateway Miss Smiles M004, exhibited by Caden Holan of Pierce, Nebraska. That will also be your junior champion female, and we'll be bringing in Class 2117 junior yearling females born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
Just a single.
Results from Class 2218 in your Foundation Simmental show. First place in Champion Intermediate Foundation Heifer goes to entry 3374. JSUL Fascination 4653M, exhibited by Volk Simmentals of Butler, Missouri. Coming up next, we've got Class 2222 heifers born April of 2024. Results in Class 2222 in your Foundation Simmental Open Female Show. First place goes to entry 1406. That is BBBJ Mavis 770N, exhibited by Barrett Butler of Bancroft, Nebraska. Coming in next will be Class 2224, heifers born March of 2024.
As we get out here, this class here, Shorthorn Plus, boy, this has got some challenge to it, and all three of these heifers. And I'll tell you, as we go through, and we'll talk these things a bit, but you know, I had each one of these start in the class, each one of them third for different spots, different reasons as we go through. But, you know, where I landed and how I like them, because you've got presentation is just off the charts on all three of these. First one included, really well presented. And I think where she goes ahead and wins the class, you get up here and see her here from the side. She's got that length of body. She's got that big, long hip we talk about. She's clean in terms of her joint work. You know, she's good in terms of for her size and shape in terms of body. Maybe we'd like to just drop her down a little bit in terms of her body, just a little, but she just has those extras in terms of just length, extension, and still balance from the side when we get her set up there. Female, I do like well. I think she does some things really well. There's no doubt that you will attract your attention to the big-haired one that comes out here second. When you look at her, kind of first glance, I think, oh my, she's here to go ahead and do it. When you get her out and break her out and down a little bit, she's probably just a little heavier condition for me, a little too much in terms of just her flank. I think she needs a little more muscle, and I'd change her hip, but she's still very flexible, still got some big-bodied. She still transitions really well. She does a lot of things real well. She just, in terms of some things that I talk about, I'm just real partial to hip, hock, and forerib, and where her deficit there is definitely up there in the top part of her hip. I'd like to see it longer and like to see it square, but she's good in terms of her angles. This heifer here, and I had her to start with in terms of like the big-footed, stout, thick-ended one. I think she is that. You put her in motion, she comes just a little bit lower-headed or heavier-headed, and the biggest reason she's third, just hoof quality. If you look at her feet, she rounds in terms of them two hind feet there in the back. I'm just not comfortable enough with her hoof shape and composition to go ahead and move up any higher, but it's just still a high-quality, very, very nice heifer. My compliments those exhibitors on 3 very nice Shorthorn pluses.
Results in your Shorthorn division. First place, and this will be your senior champion female, goes to entry 1560, Miss Dakota, exhibited by Weston Stemick and Wolf Farms of Madison, Nebraska. Second place and reserve champion goes to entry 2524. The animal's name is Nala, exhibited by Josie Wilson of North Platte, Nebraska. And third place, entry 3619, JFOG Pepper's Hot Investment, exhibited by Jace Fogarty of Walthill, Nebraska. Coming up next, we'll be selecting our grand champion Shorthorn Plus female.
As we get down here and, ready for another division here, again, in the Shorthorn division and the plus side of it, these exhibitors brought us some good cattle. This is a good lineup of cattle. This division's been a little more challenging to put together because we've got We've got things that we like about them, but just something we'd maybe change just a little bit. But I'll go through and talk about them so you got an idea where I'm at and what I'm thinking. That one that win that first division, for her age and size, she's stout and powerful, still got some rib shape. I like that about her. I think she gives up so much maturity compared to the rest of these cattle. But I think a very, very nice heifer. The young heifer, the young lady's having a little tough time getting her showed here, but when you do get her off to the side and you do look at her, she's beautiful in terms of her pattern. She's still stout in terms of her bones. She's clean, her joint work. She's very mobile, athletic. I like the way she blends. Doesn't have really a big hold to her. I would probably like to see just a little more muscle in terms of her, a little more width, but she's well presented, gives a really good look. Very, very nice heifer. Next heifer coming out, and that was a interesting, good class, and I liked her freshness in terms of condition with old number 7 here. She's very attractive up in her head, her neck end, front end. She still blends good in her body. Where I kind of tweak on her a little bit is that upper hip skeleton. I'd like to change her in terms of her hip, but she's beautiful pattern. You've got that kind of look. You definitely one that's still in the mix out here to look and talk about. Then we had a very challenging class in the senior division, and I chose to land on the red heifer, and I loved her length of body, her length of hip. I think she does some things very, very well from that standpoint, and what we've been looking and picking, she still fits together really well. My concerns we talked about and didn't talk about really much in class, but I would like to relax her in her shoulder, drop her back in her front knee just a little, but I still like her freshness of a condition, top shape, and muscle. So what I'm saying is there's several different choices that you can do, but to me, still we'll get the effort that I like the best in terms of just quality and kind. So put your hands together on a really good division. My compliments to these guys.
Need to do some catching up on our Simmental classes from Class 2224, heifers born March of 2024. First place goes to entry 1920. That animal's name is OHL My Bug 4234 3M, exhibited by Hayden Schroeder of Wisner, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 5006 RJ Lady Killer 437M, exhibited by Briggs Krause of Belgrade, Nebraska. Third place, entry 4120, DRCY Priscilla 311M, exhibited by Tatum Dorsey of Morse Bluff, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 2282, NRJC Millie 24M, exhibited by Emily Hines of Lincoln, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 1514, BNBL Miss Blooming, exhibited by Brock Lauritsen of Arlington, Nebraska. The next class, Class 2226. First place goes to entry 788, RGL Butterfly Effect 366M, exhibited by Luke Katz of Beatrice, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3775, MPJ MEO M178, exhibited by Kaylee Gossie of Beresford, South Dakota. In the ring now is Class 2228, heifers born January 2024. And we're getting our champion Shorthorn Plus results here. Results in the Shorthorn Plus show. Your grand champion, Shorthorn Plus female, goes to entry 2307. That is HRL Brownie 47M ET, exhibited by Hadley Dostal of Clarkson, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion, Shorthorn Plus female, goes to entry 1560, Miss Dakota, exhibited by Weston Stemick and Wolf Farms of Madison, Nebraska. And over in your Simmental Foundation Open Show female, first place from class 2228, heifers born January of 2024. First place goes to entry 4838, that is BWL Ellie, exhibited by Tinley Luby of Staplehurst, Nebraska. Second place to entry 1986, that is BCR Time to Shine 023M, exhibited by NP Cattle Company of Fremont, Nebraska. We'll now be selecting our champion junior foundation female. We'll be taking a quick break in our Shorthorn Plus show, and we'll be concluding that division with some group steer classes coming up. Results in your Foundation Simmental show. Your champion junior foundation female goes to entry 1920. That is OHL MyBug 4234 3M, exhibited by Hayden Schroeder of Wisner, Nebraska. And your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 5006. RJ Lady Killer 437M, exhibited by Briggs Krause of Belgrade, Nebraska. Coming up next, we'll be selecting our grand champion foundation Simmental female. In the Shorthorn Plus show, this is our steer class, class 2147.
Over here to the Shorthorn Plus side, we really changed gears here and going back into prospect steers. You really got to, kind of change your priorities. You don't really change how you sort them and judge them. It's just what becomes a little more important. So, as I talked about in the bull show, we talked about size and growth and performance had a big advantage. And in the steer side at this age, I don't think it has that much. I think we got to find ones that have product and muscularity and stoutness, still have some look and do some things. We're a long ways away from showing them. The Blue Roan is the one to go ahead and start with. I think he's still good in terms of his pattern and balance, but he is the most muscular in terms of dense bodied, big back, big hipped, got some shape and dimension. I like that about him and does a good job. He just fits me better today in terms of what we like to look for in terms of a show steer or show steer prospect. The red one, I think, just logically comes in second. He's a bigger outline, long-bodied calf. He's still sound in terms of his structure. Where I pick on him is right in there behind his shoulders, and I think those steers have to have top shape come right out the back of their shoulder, and I think he just gives it up there a little bit. He has some width and dimension to his hip, just needs a little more forerib. Same with the gold one. He just a little out in terms of balance. He's loose structured, but almost works to his disadvantage because he's just a little roller coastery in his top line. Just gives up a little bit of quality and kind. But a good, interesting class to judge there.
Results from your Shorthorn Plus show from steer class 2147. First place goes to entry 715, Cook's Tierra's Northern Made 505N, exhibited by Cook Cattle of Crawford, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3866, that is RWE Bruno Mars 619, exhibited by Eisenhower Cattle Company of Wellfleet, Nebraska. And third place, entry 3865, RWE Tommy Tuff 1820, exhibited by Eisenhower Cattle of Wellfleet, Nebraska. Coming up next will be our group classes. This is a group of 2 females, class 2148. Results from your Foundation Simmental Open Female Show. Your Grand Champion Foundation Female will also be your Nebraska Bred and Owned Champion Foundation Female. Goes to entry 1920. OHL My Bug 4234 3M, exhibited by Hayden Schroeder of Wisner, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion foundation female goes to entry 1723 KRW Miss Noel 501N, exhibited by Crew Bolin of Laurel, Nebraska. Coming up next, we will be going into our purebred Simmental division with class 2201, heifers born April 2025. Results in our Shorthorn Plus group classes. First place goes to entry 1565, Caitlin Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1357, Daryl Crook of Rising City, Nebraska. Third place, entry 3688, Tony Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 1457, Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. And fifth place, entry 1458, going to Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. Coming up next will be our Group of Two Bulls class. And your Shorthorn Plus group classes, a group of two bulls. First place goes to entry 1459. That is Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3869, goes to Eisenhower Cattle Company of Wellfleet, Nebraska. Coming in next, we will be selecting our Super Cow class. The results are in for the Super Cow class in our Shorthorn Plus Group class show. First place goes to entry 3689, exhibited by Tony Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1358, and that is Daryl Crook of Rising City, Nebraska. Coming up next, we've got our get-of-sire class. In your Simmental show, first place from class 2201 goes to entry 4755. That is YR Miss Daisy May, exhibited by YR Simmentals of Riverton, Nebraska. And second place to entry 3608, Miss Tricia BCC N414, exhibited by Tragan Bowman of York, Nebraska. In our Shorthorn group classes, first place in our get-of-sire class goes to entry 1460. That is Crawford Family Shorthorns. Second place to entry 3870, exhibited by Eisenhower Cattle Company of Wellfleet, Nebraska. Now I believe we're doing Breeders' Herd.
And Pete Hogan. Class 2205 of the purebred Simmental.
Yes.
Should it ring immediately? Class
In our purebred Simmental ring, we've got class 2203. These are heifers born in March of 2025. Results in Class 2203 in your purebred Simmental show. First place goes to entry 1862. That is RESN Miss Lexi Spurk, 83N, exhibited by Journey Reeson of Hoskins, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2355, LZF Nora, 80N, exhibited by LZ Farms of Unadilla, Nebraska. Third place, entry 3190, that is LKCC Miss Nisley, 208N, exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. And coming in the ring now will be Class 2205. These are heifers born in February of 2025. Results in your Shorthorn Plus group classes. First place in your breeder's herd goes to entry 1461 to Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. And second place to entry 1359 to Daryl Crook of Rising City, Nebraska. That will conclude your Shorthorn show here at the Nebraska State Fair today. Coming up next in our South Arena will be our Horned Hereford show. We'll look forward to seeing that breed come in, and we'll let the judge evaluate those. Results in Class 2205 in your purebred Simmental show. First place goes to entry 3744. That is GAC Savannah, exhibited by Christo Cattle Company of Albion, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3372, Volk Cow N509, exhibited by Volk Simmentals of Butler, Missouri. Third place, entry 2356, LZF Nancy 200N, exhibited by LZ Farms of Unadilla, Nebraska. And fourth place, to entry 3534, M/H Pocket Change 01N, exhibited by Cade Hogan of Sutherland, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll have Class 2207. These are heifers born January of 2025. Results from Class 2207, heifers born in January 2025 in your purebred Simmental Open Female Show. First place goes to entry 785. It's Cats Miss Secret N54, exhibited by Blakely Cats of Beatrice, Nebraska. Second place to entry 2628. It's J-Bar T Nina 11N, exhibited by J-Bar T Cattle of Juniata, Nebraska. Now we'll be bringing in our first and second places from the previous classes, and we'll be selecting our champion junior purebred heifer calf. Your champion junior purebred heifer calf goes to entry 3744. That is GAC Savannah, exhibited by Christo Cattle Company of Albion, Nebraska. And your reserve champion junior purebred heifer calf goes to entry 785, Cats Miss Secret N54, exhibited by Blakely Cats of Beatrice, Nebraska. Coming up next, we've got Class 2209. These are heifers born November to December of 2024. Looks like it's time to start our Nebraska State Fair Hereford show. We've got a battalion of people over here that's going to offer a lot of help in the ring. We've got a lot of people to thank.
What?
Your Nebraska Junior Board, you got your president, Mahala Jones. Mahala, can you give a big wave to everybody? Thank you, Mahala. Vice President, Graydon Forbes. Graydon. Our director, Jackson Snell, and our advisor, Michelle Pearson. We've got our Hereford royalty here. Our queen this year is Kaylin Riesland. From Pleasanton, right? Glad you're here. And our sweethearts, McCamry Jones and Brooke Day. There, we've got some pretty young ladies over there. So, manager of the Nebraska Hereford Association is Hannah Pearson, and our American Hereford Association fieldman, Aaron Freed, is here. Thanks for helping up line cattle up back, Aaron. He travels a lot of miles and works very well with the Hereford breeders and commercial cattlemen from across the nation. If you have questions about the Hereford breed, please look up Aaron Freed. He's out back in the cowboy hat talking on the phone. He's probably selling some bulls right now, aren't you, Aaron?
Coming in with the first. What's the total number? How many do we have? That's all fine because we changed the rule, and they are got to be teaching, but I kind of put you out there and you got a lot of quality. Oh my goodness, they do, yeah.
Results in your purebred Simmental Open Female Show from Class 2209. Heifers born November, December 2024. First place goes to entry 3371. Volk Cow M401, exhibited by Hudson Schroeder of West Point, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll have Class 2211. These are heifers born September to October of 2024. In our Hereford arena, we'll be starting off with Class 1502. These are spring heifer calves born March 1st to June 30th of 2025.
And I got two heads. I don't make a full lap because I just... You, Nate? Oh, God, isn't it gorgeous? Very good. I was going to say it's bad days, but for some reason. How many horned heifers do we have? I think there's just like 7 or 10. Yeah, there were a few families that didn't come this year. Sure. Busy with stuff like this. Oh, like this. Yeah, more you find out where you want to go. Right. Yep. Yeah. First class. Are we ready? Yep.
Results in Class 2211, heifers born September to October 24. In your purebred Simmental show, first place goes to entry 2568. That is Volk Cow M78, exhibited by Beamer Cattle of Hoskins, Nebraska. Second place entry 3981, BEB Red Velvet 9M, exhibited by Blair Bueller of Fairbury, Nebraska. And third place, entry 3373, RGL Sriracha 426M, exhibited by Volk Simmentals of Butler, Missouri. Now we'll be selecting our champion senior purebred heifer calf.
Stay ready, you're going to be second, okay? Stay right there. Good.
As we get over here at the Hereford show and get started in the horn division here, a nice pair. It's going to be a good day when we go through and talk about them. Is when you get into the, in every speed, every breed is that way, but most definitely here we're going to keep structure to the high end of integrity and what we're looking for in terms of these females. The gentleman's heifer definitely has that advantage just in terms of structure at the ground. She's still strong and flexible as she gets out and goes. She's long-bodied, got some extension, still has some shape to her, like her length of body. Just a good way to start with a long-bodied sound one that does some things. We could maybe just change her neck a little, but that's still a very, very nice animal. We have a little more muscle, a little more shape in terms of the one in second. I can appreciate that, and I do like that. But for me, probably just a little edgy in terms of her structure, a little more upright in terms of her hock and her pastern, but still a very nice heifer there. Congratulations.
In our horned Hereford show from our first class, 1502, first place goes to entry 2100. That is NH Miss Feathers 10N ET, exhibited by Nelson Herefords of Burwell, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3605, BCC Gabriella N404, exhibited by Rowan Bowman of York, Nebraska. That will also be your champion junior heifer calf and reserve. Coming in the ring now, we've got class 1512, early summer yearlings, born May 1st to May 31st of 2024. Results in your purebred Simmental division. Your champion senior purebred heifer calf goes to entry 3371, Volk Cow M401, exhibited by Hudson Schroeder of West Point, Nebraska. Reserve champion senior purebred heifer calf goes to entry 2568. That is Volk Cow M78, exhibited by Beamer Cattle of Hoskins, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got class 2217, heifers born May of 2024.
Over here on the Hereford side, I know we've got a single entry, but I tell you what, this is one high class, high quality female to look and talk about. Just beautiful from the side profile. You get up on this thing, she's spectacular in terms of the way they have the heifer presented to us here today. She's fresh in terms of her condition. She's dialed in good. She does a lot of good things we'll talk about, and we may break her down a little bit more in terms of the division, but the main thing is just to be able to appreciate one of that quality and kind and what she does offer. So good way to keep our Horn Hereford division rolling on up here. Give that young lady a nice round of applause. Good job.
High five.
Results in your purebred Simmental Open Female Show. First place in Champion Intermediate Purebred Female goes to entry 5016. That is LHT Miss Tecumseh 245M, exhibited by Trarnick Simmental of Wymore, Nebraska. Second place in Reserve Champion Intermediate goes to entry 2567. The animal's name is Trixie 10M, exhibited by Beamer Cattle of Hoskins, Nebraska. Coming in next will be Class 2219, heifers born April 2024. In your Horned Hereford Show, Class 1512, early summer yearling heifers, and this will also be your Champion Intermediate, goes to entry 4821, Stag Pearl 83M, exhibited by Circle B Livestock LLC of Albion, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 1514, spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th.
Hey, as we get out here, boy, just two high quality ones. I mean, they are real good, and I wouldn't argue with you how you like to have them. But as you go through, and I'll just talk about some things that have importance to me and what I look for, what I like, what I appreciate, and where are some areas I will give up in terms of what I'm after. The heifer that I start with, I think she is so impressive in just her balance, her proportion. She's massive in terms of her midsection. You know, she has that depth of body, but she's got that boldness and spring to her rib. And she gets out and goes with authority, the way she utilizes how clean jointed she is, the way she sets down in terms of her foot. Her foot is good, could be just a little bigger legged in terms of bone, you know, and then we get there in terms of some of them might say, hey, she could be a littler necked, but everything fits together, proportions. As I look at things and what I do, where a guy makes his living in cows every day, I could take that one, take the halter off, kick her out, and I'm going to love her every single day of her life. They've got her well presented in terms of hair. I think she's good enough looking and just awesome in terms of body and squareness and soundness. There is no doubt that the length of neck and profile, if you're going to go there, the one in second, is still beautiful in terms of her pattern. I like that about her. She's long-sided. She's long-hipped. They've done a good job of presenting her as well. But for me, just doesn't have enough forerib, doesn't have enough true roundness or shape or width coming out the backside of her shoulder for me in terms of it being dimension there. But a beautiful pattern, nice pair of females.
Results in Class 1514 in your Horned Hereford Show, spring yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 4593, Land Misgenerator 4032 ET, exhibited by Langren Ranch of Bartlett, Nebraska. Second place entry 988, KLM Mavis 402M ET, exhibited by Devin Danielson of Aurora, Nebraska. Coming up next will be Class 1518 senior yearling heifers.
We're going to leave them how they came.
As we get over here on the horn side, as we talk about, and just a single entry, but boy, I tell you what, I don't know from your seat up over there, but down here up on top of one, we've got a really high quality one here that's fun to look at. And some of the things that I talked about, I wanted to kind of say and not really try to get on a soapbox and go, but for me as a cow guy, you still like them cattle that have shape, and I think some of the things that I'm relating to the class before this to come here, you got to have the body, the shape, the squareness, and power. Then the neck and the bone becomes an add-on. So as long as you cover the basics for me in terms of body shape, then we can add the length of the neck, the size of bone to really make us get excited. But she basically covers the things I like in terms of rib shape, trueness of shape and condition for this age, and flawlessly fits together. That's a very nice heifer. I know single entry young lady did a nice job. You can tell she's been worked with quite a little bit. Congratulations to her.
In your Simmental Purebred Show, results from Class 2219. First place goes to entry 2268. That's RVCC Roxy 1878 MET, exhibited by Gateway Genetics of Pierce, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3475. That's WC Macy 4177M, exhibited by High Five Cattle Company of West Point, Nebraska. And third place, entry 993, NRN Chanel 4191, exhibited by Nicole Nichols. In our Horned Hereford Show, from Class 1518, and this will also be your champion senior yearling, entry 4895, BACC 618, Kylie 368, exhibited by Chesney Prince of West Point, Nebraska. Results in our Purebred Simmental Show from Class 2221, heifers born in March of 2024. First place goes to entry 784, KRLE, Dreaming of a Revelation, exhibited by Blakely Katz of Beatrice, Nebraska. And second place, entry 2573, LHT Miss Sam 150M, exhibited by Jordan Vanskowiak of Beatrice, Nebraska. Now in our Horned Hereford ring, we'll be selecting our grand champion Horned Hereford female.
As we worked our way through our Horned Hereford division, wasn't, not a lot in terms of numbers, but man, did we see the quality, or do we have the quality here in front of us, and just so impressive to see and look, and just to get to appreciate and not to rush through, but just to look at just a quality and kind we've got here. And I know it's, and I said that before I started to myself, is, you think about Herefords, you do think about the state of Nebraska right off the get-go in terms of the pride that they take in making those cattle, and long-time breeders, and taking the good basics and still making these things look like show cattle. Been very impressive. The one out of that first division, she won that class, that division, from her soundness. She's still very athletic. She's long-bodied, still got some muscle, got some product. She may not be quite as show heifer necked as a few of these, but I think it still fits together well. But you sure got to appreciate her kind and her quality of a lot of good. Then the May heifer comes out there next, and just flawless again in her presentation. She is a good-footed, big, stout one, great in her angles, clean in her joints. She's still smooth, still blends together well, does some things, I think, to a high degree. She's not over stout, but I think as you keep her for her age and maturity, she still blends and fits together really well. We had a challenging class of those two different heifers, and I really do like the big-bodied one, the way she gets out, walks and moves, and they've got her big-haired and fit well. She's still proportioned. She's still good livestock that does a good job, and still very, very impressive, and going to be a good generator in terms of a cow. And then we got the big heifer. She was out there, and I talked about her there, and she's obvious to tell in terms of one that still has body, still big-footed, still good looking, just a high quality female. So it's a good lineup. I do think that we're going to have, again, I've said that before, Jake, we've got one to win this division. It's going to be fun to look at here this evening. It's fun to go. So, folks, put your hands together. Give these guys a nice round of applause. We'll get a champion in reserve.
Results in your Horned Hereford show. Your grand champion, Horned Hereford, goes to entry 4895. BACC 618, Kylie 368, exhibited by Chesney Prince of West Point, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion, Horned Hereford, goes to entry 4821, Stag Pearl 83M, exhibited by Circle B Livestock, LLC of Albion, Nebraska.
2268.
Champion?
Yep.
Reserve?
While we're waiting on the February 2024 heifers to be placed, I'd like to mention that the 2026 Junior Nationals for the Simmentals will be held here in Grand Island next year, July 4th through 10th. So all of you Simmental enthusiasts, all of you juniors, make sure you start thinking about those entries for next year.
Results in your purebred Simmental show. Your junior champion purebred heifer goes to entry 2268. That is RVCC Roxy 1878MET, exhibited by Gateway Genetics of Pierce, Nebraska. And your reserve champion junior purebred female goes to entry 784 KRLE Dreaming of a Revolution, exhibited by Blakely Katz of Beatrice, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got class 2223, heifers born February 2024. Results in your purebred Simmental show from class 2223, heifers born in February of 24. First place goes to entry 2269, that is RUBL Greta 402M, exhibited by Gateway Genetics of Pierce, Nebraska. Second place, entry 4188, DRCY Hot Sauce 38M, exhibited by Oakley Dorsey of Morse Bluff, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1462, that is Daisy, exhibited by Breyer Bohuslowski of Ulysses, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 808, Miss Maddie 909M, exhibited by Eva Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Coming in the ring next, we've got class 2225. These are heifers born January of 2024. As soon as we're done taking pictures, and it looks like we are done taking pictures in our Horned Hereford show, we'll be starting our Horned Hereford bull classes with class 1524. They're junior bull calves born January 1st to February 28th of 2025.
Hey, good way to start here on the Horned Hereford bull class. Boy, this is a sure-footed, good-looking, stout, powerful bull. It's just got a lot of to start us out here in the bull show.
Results from class 2225 in your purebred Simmental show. First place goes to entry 3189. That is LKCC Miss Carolina Reaper, 124M, exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. Second place, entry 4331, GKS Vanessa M364, exhibited by Chelsea Tuttle of Dorchester, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our champion junior purebred heifer in the north side of the arena, and results in your Horned Hereford first bull class, class 1524, junior bull calves. This will be first place, and also your junior champion bull goes to entry 1127, MH Double Your Miles N307ET, exhibited by Moss Herefords of Beamer, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll have class 1536, junior yearling bulls born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
Over here at the Hereford Bull Show, again, single entry, but we've got a high-quality individual here that, got some good. He's strong and sturdy down his top and back and his upper hip. We like that about him. He's still clean and attractive in his front end for that kind of look, but does some things real good. We watch at times. Maybe just like to get him to get a little outside himself in terms of his skeleton when he goes behind, but not bad. Just something we can just watch and talk about. But I like that proud, good line, stout rascal of a good bull.
Results in your purebred Simmental show. Your champion junior purebred heifer goes to entry 2269. That is RUBL Greta 402M, exhibited by Gateway Genetics of Pierce, Nebraska. And reserve champion junior purebred heifer goes to entry 4188, DRCY Hot Sauce 38M. In your Horned Hereford Bull Show from class 1536, junior yearling bulls born January 1st to February 28th, and this will also be your champion yearling bull. First place and champion goes to entry 2452, TKCC Curveball 404, exhibited by TK Cattle of Burwell, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our Grand Champion Horned Hereford Bull.
As we get out here, I know we just got a pair to pick from, but we're definitely going to have two high-quality individuals to represent this breed division in terms of champion reserve. So, I talked really good about that calf, and I do think he's very nice in terms of just his attractiveness, his shapeliness to his top, the confidence he has in the way he sets his foot down, the way he goes, just gives up quite a bit in terms of maturity, and I think he'll get there. The older bull is still good in his lines and still stout and muscular, still good and attractive at his front end as we get out there. And I think it just by default, he's got enough good to him where he's went out and did a job and did where he's supposed to. I feel most comfortable using the big bull to be champion, the young calf to be reserved. Give them a nice round of applause.
Your Grand Champion Horned Hereford Bull goes to entry 2452. That is TKCC Curveball 404, exhibited by TK Cattle of Burwell, Nebraska. And your reserve Grand Champion Horned Hereford Bull goes to entry 1127, MH Double Your Miles N307 ET, exhibited by Moss Herefords of Beamer, Nebraska. Probably take some champion pictures on the south side of our arena, and then we'll be coming back in with our Polled Hereford show. In our north arena, we are selecting our Grand Champion Purebred Simmental female. Your Grand Champion Purebred Simmental female goes to entry 2268. That is RVCC Roxy 1878M ET, exhibited by Gateway Genetics of Pierce, Nebraska. And your reserve Grand Champion Purebred Simmental goes to entry 784 KRLE Dreaming of a Revelation, exhibited by Blakely Katz of Beatrice, Nebraska. Congratulations to all of our purebred Simmental female exhibitors. We'll now be moving into our Foundation Simmental Open Bull Show. Diane, was there a presentation we wanted to give at this point? Later? Okay. In your purebred Simmental show, your Nebraska bred and owned champion goes to entry 5016. That's LHT Miss Tecumseh 245M, exhibited by Charnick Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Congratulations to you guys. In our Hereford arena, we've started our polled Hereford show. We will start this with our cow-calf class 1500.
As we get out here, in my compliments, and sincerely, these are three very, very nice pairs to get out here and look and talk about and sure like it. You know, I think as we go through, the one I choose to start with got a year advantage over the next two, but she's a big, stout, proud cow that got some capacity, got some width, got some power, and I think she gives us a really good look in terms of the way you look at her. And then you come back on her calf, and I think she's transmit the most most quality. Now she has that age of maturity that they tend to do that a little better, but she's still beautiful uddered, got some fullness to it, good in terms of teat size, still good pattern, really nice looking cow. I do like that pair. Congratulations to those. Now if we just go through and just evaluate in terms of the best individual cow, you could argue this one here in second. I think she's just a beautiful patterned type of a female. I like her femininity, still got some rib shape dimension. I think maybe her calf is just a notch below the one we started with, but I think she does a really good job. I think that young lady be proud of her, and I'm sure she is. She just does a really nice job of putting a lot of those positives together that we look and talk about. Then one here in third, she has a big stout bull calf on her. He has got a tremendous amount of good to him in terms of stoutness, dimension, rib shape. I think she balances up pretty well. For me in a cow-calf division, I just like to give her more fore-udder. Just give her a little more fullness to the front of that front quarter. Give her to level that off just a little more. But that's a big, long-bodied cow doing a nice job. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Congratulations, a nice set.
Results in your polled Hereford show, cow-calf class. First place goes to entry 3636. That is EF Lady Queen K17, exhibited by Kiera Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2453, TKCC Miss Diva 301, exhibited by TK Cattle of Burwell, Nebraska. Third place to entry 682, Schaff 11L Little Bird 304L, exhibited by Hula Herefords of Creston, Nebraska. Next, we'll be bringing in class 1501A. These are spring heifer calves born April of 2025.
As we get out here in this class, I think we have one here as we come back around. She's got this size advantage. She's good-looking, stout-legged, one that, I think she's appropriate for her rib shape, for her age and maturity, but yet just flexibility and growth. I think she goes ahead and wins the class pretty handily as we get out here. There's a close placing between second and third. I think you've got gives and takes both ways. It's just as we come through, both of them are smooth-made, a little more pattern. I just felt the one in second handled herself a little nicer in terms of balance on the move as we asked him to go, in terms of the way she collected herself in terms of her movement. One in third, very long and feminine in terms of her front end. I like that length and extension she does have. Just need a little more of her for her to compete any higher.
Results in your polled Hereford show, class 1501A. First place goes to entry 4878. That is KELR Gabby 504 ET, exhibited by Keller Cattle Company of St. Paul, Nebraska. Second placed, entry 4970 VR RMJ Amora 520N, exhibited by Remy Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. Third placed, entry 3606, that's BCC Leia N418, exhibited by Tragan Bowman of York, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got class 1501B. These are spring heifer calves born of March 2025. In our foundation, in our Simmental arena over here, our foundation Simmental Open Bull Show has started. This is class 2240, bulls born in March of 2025.
Well, good big stout class here to put our attention over here on the polled Hereford side, and I think it just a lot of things to talk about and sure like and appreciate. We got two very high quality ones here at the top end that we could talk about, but I think we've got just a little bit more comfortable in terms of the quality of the one that I start with, and I think she's just striking in terms of the way she looks and puts some things together. For this age of maturity, I like her natural spring to her rib. She got some top. She's got some turn to her. She's still muscular. She's not as heavy muscled as the one right there behind her, but she still fits together. She blends and still very smooth and does some things the way we like them to do it. The one in second is one that still has got a real good look from length and extension. She's stout-legged. She's still clean-jointed for a big boned one. I think that is important. She's got just a little extra muscle where she gets up a little bit in her top. She isn't as comfortable in terms of her spine as we ask her to go, so I'd like to tone her down, smooth her up as she gets going. In third, I think we just kind of fill in there with a highly productive, good-doing one here that's got some depth to the side, has some muscle, has some productivity. not maybe as nice in terms of length and extension as a few ahead of her, but she's got the advantage in mass and power over the next young man's heifer. She's very attractive. I like that about her, I like her length. She just gets a little bit frail in terms of her rib shape, frailer in terms of her bone compared to the cattle that are ahead of her, but she's still a really good neck, very feminine one that is very nice heifer. We got a good built one comes out here next. She's flat about her shoulder, long on her body. She gets a little more upright in terms of angle to her shoulder, a little more elevated there where she wants to get up at her back as she goes. We just change her there. Then a nice feminine one just doesn't have enough in terms of performance, ability to compete, but she's still a very feminine-headed, smooth-made one. Young lady did a nice job of showing her. Congratulations.
These results from our polled Hereford show from Class 1501B. First place goes to entry 1856. That's MCM 35L Ruby Nikki 584LET, exhibited by MCM Polled Herefords of Ayer, Nebraska. Second place, entry 4876, KELR Gabby 501ET, exhibited by Keller Cattle Company of St. Paul, Nebraska. Third place, entry 2662, GLM 2317, Gold Lassie 2544, exhibited by Grant McKay of Marysville, Kansas. Fourth place, entry 5270, SHMT KELR Marked Mary 503, exhibited by Keller Cattle Company of St. Paul, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 2454, TKCC Herb Miss Raina 506, exhibited by TK Cattle of Burwell, Nebraska. And sixth place, entry 1465, AH Miss Penny AH 14, exhibited by Alexandria Huwalt of Pierce, Nebraska. In our Simmental Bull Show, results from Class 2240 March-born bulls. First place goes to entry 2354. That's Mr. KTS LZF Nevertheless 43N, exhibited by LZ Farms of Unadilla, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3064. KNS No Regrets, exhibited by EMS Enterprises, Gothenburg, Nebraska. And third place, entry 996 NRN Gummy Worm 590N, exhibited by Nicole Nichols of Chambers, Nebraska.
Nice baldy bull here.
Results from Class 2244, bulls born January 2025. First place goes to entry 2286, MRSB Bam Bam 501N, exhibited by Cisco Brothers of Syracuse, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting our Junior Champion Foundation bull.
Our cat champion bull.
Your champion junior foundation bull calf goes to entry 2286, MRSB Bam Bam 501N, exhibited by Cisco Brothers of Syracuse, Nebraska. And reserve goes to entry 2354, Mr. KTS LZF Nevertheless 43N, exhibited by LZ Farms of Unadilla, Nebraska. Coming in next in our Simmental Foundation Bull Show, Class 2248, bulls born September to October of 2024. This will also be your champion senior foundation bull calf. First place and champion junior foundation bull calf goes to entry this will be your senior champion foundation bull, goes to entry 3376 SWSN Good Fortune 34M, exhibited by Volk Simmentals and N&K Cattle of Butler, Missouri. Coming in next, class 2254A. These are bulls born March and April of 2024. Results in your Foundation Simmental Open Bull Show. First place, and this will be your champion junior foundation bull, goes to entry 3854, PLK Genoa 524M ET, exhibited by AJ Pospischal of Atkinson, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion and Nebraska Bred Champion Foundation Simmental bulls.
Boy, good, big, challenging class here to put together, but it's challenging because there's just a lot of quality to go through, and just got to cover some basics and just stay consistent and true to what I like and where we're at. And the one to start with, I think she's the combination heifer. She may give up a little bit in size, but she's just she blends together well where she's at. She's the best in terms of we get her out and go in terms of slope to her shoulder angle, the way she gets out there for her size relative. She still is good lower bodied and rear flanked as any of them out there. She maybe at times gets her hock out a little bit more to the back when she goes, but she still picks it up at the ground and flexes and does some things. I think she's just a really nice heifer that does some things well. The dark pigmented heifer, I do like her. She's really well presented. She gives a good look in terms of the outline. She is the heifer to win the class standing there. When I have her go, she becomes a little too upright in her front shoulder for me. Doesn't maintain her balance as well. When I put her in motion, just made me a little uncomfortable for her to start with, but she's just so good in terms of length of hip and side view that we've got to get her up there in that top pair. The one in third, I think she kind of defaults right in that spot. I think she's still a nice patterned heifer that still does some things good. She's good at the ground. She's flexible. She does get up in the center of her back a little bit. I'd just like to relax her, get her spine to lay lay in her. Just a little nicer, but a very, very good complete female and a good trio of heifers. A big muscular one comes out here next. The lady has, she's round ribbed, she's round muscled, she's got some foot and some bone. You know, just like to just smooth her up and just blend her a little better from her shoulder into her forerib, shoulder into her top a little better. But I like what she has, what she possesses. Good flat-shouldered, deep-bodied one comes out here next. Not overwhelming in terms of power or mass, but still a good basic female. Got some depth aside. You know, I was a little undecided of what to do, where to go. I don't know if it's just the short tail throws her off from a balance standpoint, just kind of doesn't give me that balance that I look and like. Or if she is there. She's a little more masculine in terms of her head, top of her neck, and it just, like I say, change her from a balance, but she's still a very, very nice heifer. The biggest bodied heifer of the class is the one that rounds it up, and she's massive in terms of center body dimension, just right there in that forerib. I've been talking about forerib today. I'm just not comfortable enough in her forerib and her shape and design to go any higher. So a very good heifer, outstanding class here, and compliments to the Polled Hereford exhibitors for that. If you're following along there behind me, we kind of got going a little quick there. We missed a division, so we did a class at the next division. We just come back and did these younger cattle, but they're again compliments of what we've had here in your polled show. It's been real good. We've got a very attractive one, won that first class. A little immature, a little more green, but she still has those basics that we like, and a good place to start in there. And then we had that really big good class here, and there's no doubt I had two high-quality ones. The one I like just a little better in terms of where you put it together. But I think this heifer here has got a big-time future to her. She blends. She fits together. She has all the things we like really good. So she's fun to look at. I know he's proud of her as well. Congratulations to him. Reserve will be reserved. The second in that class should be reserved this division. Congratulations. Nice pair.
From your Foundation Simmental Open Bull Show, your grand champion and Nebraska-bred champion Foundation Simmental Bull goes to entry 3854. That's PLK Genoa 524 MET, exhibited by AJ Pospischal of Atkinson, Nebraska. Congratulations. Your reserve grand champion Foundation Simmental Bull goes to entry 3376. That is SWSN Good Fortune 34M. We'll be taking a short break there for photos, catching up on a lot of things in the Hereford show. Results from Class 1501B, Spring Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 1856. MCM, we already did that one. Class 1503, Junior Heifer Calves. First place to entry 987, DD Miss Magnolia 561 ET, exhibited by Devin Danielson of Aurora, Nebraska. Second place to entry 3637, EF Lady Queen N23, exhibited by Kiera Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Third placed entry 2156 HH38 Miss Journey 516, exhibited by Hualt Herefords of Randolph, Nebraska. Fourth placed entry 2544 KEST 323J J83 Bobby 612N, exhibited by Kester Herefords of Clearwater, Nebraska. Fifth placed entry 2545 KEST 259H 2097 Queen 661N, exhibited by Kester Herefords of Clearwater, Nebraska. Sixth placed entry 2663 GLM 2317 Powercat 2518, exhibited by Grant McKay of Marysville, Kansas. And seventh place entry 986 DD Miss Soul TCCET, exhibited by Devin Danielson of Aurora, Nebraska. The National Hereford rules state that they do a division for a junior calf class, and that's what we just did. I'm needing to get results on those.
Nice way to go.
1856.
And then 4867. The two of them.
Champion, and then who is reserved?
4876.
Nice structure. It's kind of a nice way to go. Start on a very high quality goal. The lead off on Simmental show. Simmental show. Congratulations, everybody.
In your Hereford show, your junior bull calf or junior heifer calf champion goes to entry 1856 MCM 35L Ruby Nicky 5584L ET, exhibited by MCM Polled Herefords of Ayer, Nebraska. And reserve in that division was entry 4876 KELR Gabby 501 ET, exhibited by Keller Cattle Company of St. Paul, Nebraska. In the ring now, we're still working on class 1503B, is that right? Okay, results in your purebred Simmental bull show. First place goes to entry 994 NRN Reputation 5140N, exhibited by Nicole Nichols of Chambers, Nebraska. Coming in the ring next is class 2239, bulls born February of 2025, and I believe we're caught up.
So we get in these January heifer calves, and nice class of those again. Boy, just a big, stout, footed one to go ahead and win this class. And she's very impressive as she gets out and moves from a mobility standpoint. Still has some power, and I think she probably looks as good from a balance standpoint on the move as she does even get standing there. So I think she does some things really well. She's got quite a bit of maturity there at that, but still a good, sound, complete female. Heifer in second, and just beautiful in terms of her pattern, still smooth, the way she comes out, good in terms of her angles. She's a little flatter in terms of her shape. I'd like to give her a little bit more, more dimension in terms of forerib and kind of in her quarter into her stifle. Part of that will come, and I think she's got some good days ahead of her when you get one that's still that attractive and good build. The other big mature one is one comes in third. She's very deep-sided. She's very smooth-made as you study her from front to rear. She does some things there really well. For me, she's probably a little deeper from the top of her neck to the bottom of her neck, and I would probably like to give her hock just a little bit more set. But, that's some picking on her a little bit for just a really good, deep cowie, easy maintaining, high-quality female in her own right, too. Young lady's got a little smaller, a little more immature one. She's still, flat-shouldered and thin-necked and still good in her angles. Just needs more of her. Just not enough in terms of body or mass to go ahead and move up any higher. But again, very, very nice class.
Results from class 1503B in your Hereford show. First place goes to entry 1855 MCM K12 Marley Noel 501 NET, exhibited by MCM Herefords of Ayer, Nebraska. In your Simmental Bull Show, Class 2239, first place goes to entry 1987, NPC Don't Worry, N519, exhibited by NP Cattle of Fremont, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3532, M/H Livingston 307L, exhibited by Cade Hogan of Sutherland, Nebraska. And third place, entry 3191, LKCC Mr. Hot Chili Pepper 94N, exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska.
As we get over here in our other division here, the calf side and the Hereford Poult division, really a nice 4 very high quality females that have a lot of good to them. We have some gives and takes, but we definitely have quality. Some represent it really well. The one that won that first class, and where she did in that class to me is, just her completeness, her youthfulness, her squareness in terms of length and squareness to her hip. Most importantly, I thought she was best in that class in terms of just angle to her shoulder where we got out and had her go. I thought she maintained herself really well. I know she is a little bit more moderate, give up a little more size, but I just felt she was just a really good option in terms of what we've been looking and talking about. That next class, we got the big, powerful, the big, mature one that's big-footed, got some bones, still has some body. She still looks good as he gets her set up from the side. But, one when we put her in motion, I thought she looked as good on the move as she did standing there. So that's something that's very important to me and how I've been doing it, and I like that sure-footedness of her. So she will be champion. Congratulations. I know we had a good second to her, but young man, you're going to be reserve and the other class winner.
In your Polled Hereford Show, champion junior heifer goes to entry 1855, MCM K12, Marley Noel 501 NET, exhibited by MCM Polled Herefords of Ayer, Nebraska. And your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 987, DD Miss Magnolia 561 ET, exhibited by Devin Danielson of Aurora, Nebraska. At this time, Diane Duran would like to make a nice presentation. Thank you, Diane. It's sure nice to remember Ronnie in that memorial. In the ring now, we've got Class 2241 in our Purebred Simmental Bull Show.
Well, congratulations.
Nice job, Jake. As always, single entry over here. We got, really a well-presented, well-cared-for heifer here that sure is very feminine, very well-balanced, good in terms of her lines. Does a nice job. We'll get her out here in division. We can talk about her a little bit more. But a good single entry, Mike. Congratulations on a good heifer.
Results in your purebred Simmental Open Bull Show from Class 2241. First place goes to entry 3598. C-Bar W Novus Ordo 582N, exhibited by CW Cattle Company of Wayne, Nebraska. And second place, entry 982, Wirtz Mr. Bold N509, exhibited by Jeremy Wirtz of Central City, Nebraska. They will now be selecting your champion junior purebred bull calf in our Hereford show. Polled Hereford class 1507. Senior heifer calves, first place, and this will be your champion senior heifer calf. Goes to entry 3977. That's VCR LSP 229G Maisie 469M, exhibited by Landon Peshik of Western Nebraska.
Single entry here again in our polled show, and good cow prospect here, just long and square about her hip. I like that about her, strong and true in her top line. Still got some good depth and roundness. I think she's still acceptable from her chest floor to her rear flank. We could maybe drop her down just a little, but still a very high quality heifer. Congratulations.
Results from your Simmental Purebred Open Bull Show. Your champion junior purebred bull goes to entry 994. That is NRN Reputation 5140N, exhibited by Nicole Nichols. And reserve in that division goes to entry 3598. CW Novus Ordo 582N, exhibited by CW Cattle of Wayne, Nebraska. In the ring now in your Simmental show, you got class 2245. Bulls born September to October of 2024. In your Hereford show, class 1511, early summer yearling heifers, and this will also be your champion intermediate heifer. Honors go to 3922. Animal's tattoo is 4112, exhibited by Frazee of Pender, Nebraska. Now in the ring is class 1513A, spring yearling heifers born April 1st to April 30th of 2024.
Again, another single entry here, and again, we're going to say some of the same things we've been saying before in terms of these single entry classes. Just a good-bodied, good cow prospect. She's long and square again about her hip. I like that about her. Laid in good there about her shoulder, so she does some things to a good degree, I think, and just gives us a nice overall attractive package. We could soften her hind leg just a little in terms of structure, but I still like that look, that depth, that maternal appeal she does give us.
Particular development compared to the two bulls that had been there as well. A nice trio of bulls for a purebred selection.
Results in your purebred Simmental Open Bull Show from class 2245, bulls born September to October 2024. This will also be your champion senior purebred bull calf. Those honors go to entry 5007 JMAM Private Stock 122M, exhibited by Briggs Krause of Belgrade, Nebraska. Second place in reserve goes to entry 3631 KOPL McLovin 34M, exhibited by Kinsley Brimmer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 3369 Volk Bull M7, exhibited by Volk Simmentals of Butler, Missouri. Now we'll be bringing back all of our champions and reserves and selecting our grand champion purebred Simmental. In the Hereford show from class 1513 spring yearling heifers, first place goes to entry 4968 MCM J36 Vicky Marie 442M, exhibited by Remy Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. We are waiting placings on class 1513B spring yearling heifers born in March of 2024.
As we get on this side here, and I think we've got just a big, stout, impressive one. Well cared for, well presented, just got the body, still has the balance, and got some dimension to her. You know, I like a lot of things about her. I know she just, as I talked to the young lady there a little bit, she just a foot trimming there on them front toes to keep her squared up from being ultra impressive. But she does some things. She does some things to a high degree in terms of what I like and what I'm after. I sure appreciate her kind. The one in second, I thought she just kind of fits right there and becomes the second best one, just in terms of structure and correctness and balance. You know, she's just a little plainer there in terms of just her head and neck, but she's still true and in terms of her body. But most importantly, compared to the one in third, she just moves better. She's just more flexible. She gets out and goes and gives us just a little better look to her. Well presented one there in third, that's clean necked, but just too straight in her terms of her front shoulder, gets underneath herself more than what's acceptable for me. But very, very good heifer, nice trio. Sure like the class winner real well.
Who was?
The same one.
Same one, okay. Results from your purebred Simmental Open Bull Show. Your grand champion and Nebraska bred champion bull goes to entry 5007 JMAM Private Stock 122M, exhibited by Briggs Krause of Belgrade, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion Simmental bull goes to entry 3631 KOPL McLovin 34M, exhibited by Kinsley Brimmer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Congratulations to you bull exhibitors. We will now be having our cow-calf classes, or is this produce a dam?
All done?
In our Hereford show, results from class 1513B, first place goes to entry 3466 LIN Miss Marigold 4422, exhibited by Prospect Hill Farms of Elm Creek, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3634 AAA Miss Daisy M57, exhibited by Friends and Polled Herefords of Fullerton, Nebraska. Third place, entry 4594 Miss Land Miss Maker's Mark 4034 ET, exhibited by Landgren Ranch of Bartlett, Nebraska. We're now selecting our champion spring yearling heifer.
Out here, we do, and I appreciate that. We've got a good set here, this division here, and a nice trio of heifers to talk about. We had a single entry there, and you know, she just covers the basics good. She's not over amplified in terms of like show heifer look, but she's still smooth and got some depth of body for her maturity, her condition. I think she fits together well. Just a very, very nice heifer. Then we got the big stout heifer that came and won that class, and she's very impressive to look at. You know, not only both center body mass, bone, and stoutness, but still just even presentation of where she's at and gets going. I think she's adequate in terms of what she talks about when I talk about get her to move and mobility. I just change her foot quality just a little, but there's no doubt that is a very, very high quality heifer to go ahead and win this division. Congratulations, young lady. The one on the back side is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her. Nice cattle.
Results in your polled Hereford show. Your champion spring yearling heifer goes to entry 3466. That is LIN Miss Marigold 4422, exhibited by Prospect Hill Farms of Elm Creek, Nebraska. Reserve champion goes to entry 3634, AAA Miss Daisy M57, exhibited by Friends and Polled Herefords of Fullerton, Nebraska. Coming in next is Class 1515 Junior Yearling Heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2024. Concluding our classes in our Simmental show, placings in our group classes, your Produce of Dam goes to entry 995, exhibited by Nicole Nichols of Chambers, Nebraska. Thank you to all of the Simmental and Foundation Simmental exhibitors for a very nice show. Coming up next in our north side of the arena will be our Piedmontese show. After the judge takes some champion pictures, we'll be starting in on the Piedmontese shortly after.
As we get about here and, really a nice class again. We get these older mature heifers, and you're getting a difference in terms of just condition and freshness, and you've just got to make some calls in there. The one to go ahead and start with, just, I think for her age, she's just very fresh for her build. She's true in her center body. She just transitions so well from her shoulder to her forerib, back into her rear rib and flank, and back into her to her hip. She's clean jointed, does some good things there. A little deeper in terms of just chest floor relative, but still just a good, high quality, fresh one for this age and development. The next one coming out here, she's a stouter heifer. She's kind of a little more dual purpose in my opinion. She's big back, she's round ribbed. I think she could be at this age of gestation development just a little fuller in that lower third to be a little bit more competitive in the pair. But I like her foot size, her bone. I've got a spot for that kind of cattle to still make it work for us, just maybe not as fresh as the one that goes ahead and win the class. There's an argument in my mind that you take this one in third and you could debate her up to winning the class because she's long-sided. She still has some extension. She's starting to get a real nice udder in terms of teat development, in terms of gestation. For me, though, just a little high in terms of her tailhead. I got to change her down there and tone her up there, just tone her down in her tailhead for me to be comfortable with her, but a very nice female. The next heifer, big, stout, easy doing one, does a lot of things you'd like about her. For me, just got a little extra chest that throws her out of balance, but a very nice, good moving female. Again, very complimentary of what's been a very, very good show here in your Hereford division.
Results in your polled Hereford show, Class 15-15. First place goes to entry 3628. That's KB Melania M28, exhibited by Kinsley Brimmer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Second place to entry 2272, LVL Marley 44MET, exhibited by Riddle & Co., Hildreth, Nebraska. Third place to entry 683, NH Margaret 1M, exhibited by Hula Herefords of Creston, Nebraska. And fourth place to entry 2665, GLM 9444G, Miss Keynote 2419, exhibited by Grant McKay of Marysville, Kansas. That will be your champion junior yearling heifer. And coming up next, we'll be selecting our grand champion polled Hereford females. All right, you guys up in the stands. Who's all in the yellow shirts? Who's wearing the big iron shirts up there? Where are you guys from? Is this a field trip class? Where from? West River? Oh, Wood River. That's not very far away. Well, we're glad you're here watching. Thank you guys for coming today to the State Fair. Starting our Piedmontese show on the north side of the arena, Class 1906, winter heifer calves First place goes to entry 311. That is SBR Nelly, exhibited by A.J. Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. Thank you guys for being here all the way from North Carolina. That'll also be your champion heifer calf. Coming in next will be class 1912, 2-year-olds, senior females born January 1st to November. And this will also be your senior female champion as well. In our Piedmontese show, class 1912, first place goes to entry 312. The animal's name is Lamini, exhibited by A.J. Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. That is also your senior female champion. Coming in next will be class 1924 junior yearling bulls, born May 1st to November 30th of 2024. Your grand champion Piedmontese female goes to entry 312. The name of the animal is Lamini, exhibited by A.J. Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. Reserve grand champion goes to entry 311. SBR Nelly, exhibited by A.J. Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. Now we have our bull classes coming in. This will be our class 1924.
Hey, you want to draw your attention over here to your Hereford division, and boy, I tell you, just what a whale of a division of all these. And I'm not going to go down through and talk all of them, but give these guys a nice round of applause. What an impressive set of cattle. You know, that's what stayed true, and what we've had on my side of the ring here yesterday and today is this top end quality has been so fun to look at, so impressive. There's so much heart and soul you could tell put into these things, and you know, and anytime you get the higher the competition that we get into, you know, the higher the sacrifice, the time, the effort, the dedication it takes to get in there and do it. And I sure recognize and appreciate that for what you've got. Now we have some spots where we maybe did tweak them a little bit, which makes this a very, very challenging division in terms of picking your top end. But I think you just go through and still find a one. I think Jake talked about you trying to pick them cattle, how you would take them and breed them and what you'd do with them. It's kind of how I look at them. I still like one to be a generator at the end of the day and do a good job. And then, you know, we have the cow out here that you know, has some advantage in showing what she can do and what she's done. Not saying these other cattle can't do it as well. So with that, I got I'm going to have a very nice pair. I think there's a really good pair to go ahead for your champion and reserve, but I think that, you know, it's close in there that this has probably had as much parity of any of them. So my compliments to these exhibitors. Give them a nice round of applause again. We'll come down and get you a champion.
Your grand champion, Polled Hereford, goes to entry 3466, LIN Miss Marigold 4422, exhibited by Prospect Hill Farms of Elm Creek, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion. Go ahead. Go ahead. Your reserve grand champion polled Hereford goes to entry 3636 EF Lady Queen K17, exhibited by Kiera Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Congratulations to all you Hereford exhibitors. First place in your Piedmontese bull class goes to entry 314. Bull's name is Mango and is exhibited by Marina Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. Coming in next, we'll have class 1930. These are senior bulls born December 31st, 2022 or older. Your grand champion Piedmontese bull goes to entry 310. Bull's name is CP King, exhibited by AJ Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. And your reserve grand champion Piedmontese bull goes to entry 314. The bull's name is Mango, exhibited by Marina Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. That will conclude our Piedmontese division here at the Nebraska State Fair. As soon as we're done taking some Hereford pictures, we will get started on our bull calf classes. We will begin our Hereford Bull classes now. We've got class 1521. These are spring bulls, born March 1st to June 30th of 2025. This will be a junior bull calf division as well.
To get started here in this bull calf division, and I think you just watch them and kind of study them. I think we've got some differences to talk about, and yet, I talked about that earlier today. And we get out here and we still have to have some performance. You got to have practicality. You got to have some doability. And I know the one I'm starting with maybe just a little plainer than a few of the other ones, but as he gets out and he goes around the ring, that is the soundest footed. That is the biggest body. That's the one that's probably the best and most correct in terms of muscle and shape in his top, maintains his balance just as well in terms of on the move. I like that kind of cattle, and that's where I just find a good place to start with one that has some flexibility and look to him. The one in second, and I think he was one I considered in terms of being a class winner. He's sound-footed. His neck comes up out of his shoulder. He just needs a little more fullness. Part of that's maturity and just a little greener in terms of his shape. If he just had a little more right there in the top side of his, right there from his shoulders into his top, into his back, I think he would probably go ahead and be an easy class winner. And I still think you could argue him from just a style and eye appeal standpoint to be your class winner. It's just I just appreciated that body mass and density of my winner to go there. The nice looking show bull kind of fits there in third. I think he's very attractive. He's deep sided. Individual to me, as he gets out on the move, he gets a little too straight in terms of his front shoulder. Needs more quarter and stifle to balance up as we ask him to go and look at him from the side. The ladies bull coming out here next. He's a thick-ended. He too is big-bodied. He was one I thought probably still gets up a little bit in terms of his top. Becomes a little frailer in terms of his bone. I like his foot size composition, the way he sets down on his pasterns, just became just a little frailer and a little out of balance there, the way he gets up in his top. The show steer prospect of the class is the bull coming out here next. Are going to make some show steers. How are you going to feel about it? He's a very complete, very proportional, good-necked, sound-footed one. I like the hair and the look he gives us. He's just too young, too immature, not enough to him to go ahead and compete with the cattle right there ahead of him. The next bull coming out, young lady, I think, have been very impressed with how she's given effort and the way she showed. Smooth made one, just needs a little more balance to compete a little higher. So congratulations to those guys. Nice job.
Results from Class 1521 in our Hereford Bull Show. First place goes to entry 681. That is H.H. Landman 5025, exhibited by Hula Herefords of Creston, Nebraska. Second place, entry 4877, KELR Roller 502ET, exhibited by Keller Cattle Company of St. Paul, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1857, MCM Stinger 518N, exhibited by MCM Polled Herefords of Ayer, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 2547, KEST 14D 2097 Chief 678N, exhibited by Kester Herefords of Clearwater, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 2087, RIESAN Bust on Demand 4725, exhibited by Kaylin Riesland of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Sixth place, entry 1466, AH Mr. Ace AH 13, exhibited by Alexandria Huwalt of Pierce, Nebraska. That is a division. And we are now going into Class 1523, Junior bull calves born January 1st to February 28th of 2025.
She got out there and they kind of went around the corner there, and I got looking. I was like, hey, I think these things are kind of placed as we brought them in here, and I think as you go through and just kind of relook at them and try to figure it out. But gentlemen, that's a nice bull. It's a good place to start. That's a sure-footed, bold-ribbed, heavy-muscled one that's still attractive, does some things really well. I like that. I like that bull really well. I thought he was easy to start. The next bull coming out here, I think he's very complete, very proportional. I think he's got some shape to his top and dimension. You know, my question for him is he seems like he's pretty mature where he's at today for his size. I don't know how much future growth he has to kind of keep going, but his shape is still one that I like from a build standpoint real well for him to fit into second. This bull here is long-bodied, still round and muscular. I like that about him. Gets a little plainer in terms of his front end, loses his balance a little as we get him to go, but a nice individual. Long-bodied one comes out here next, round in terms of his rib. Got to change him in his top line right there behind his shoulders and his back. He gets up too much for me in that sense, but he still has more growth, performance, weight per day of age over the next bull that comes out here next. He's a smooth-made one that does some things from a look standpoint, just gets too short, round in his hip for me to go ahead and move any higher.
Results from Class 1523, these will be senior bull calves. First place goes to entry 2518, MOE Landman 5N, exhibited by William Moeller of Grand Island, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2664, GLM 2027 Steadfast 2534, exhibited by Grant McKay of Marysville, Kansas. Third place, entry 2546, KEST 2065, J83, Bob 647N, ET, exhibited by Kester Herefords of Clearwater, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 1128, that is MH Real Deal, N308, ET, exhibited by Moss Herefords of Beamer, Nebraska. And fifth place, entry 2155, that is AH9985, J16 Chopper 57, exhibited by Huwalt Herefords of Randolph, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 1527. These are senior bull calves born August 1st, October 31st of 2024, and this will be your automatic champion senior bull.
As we get out here, single entry, but this is a quality, very, very good individual. Got a good look to him. Has some presence, has a show ring eye appeal. Still get in there behind him. He's got some hip and quarter you like to see when he takes off and, grabs some real estate with some authority like you'd like to see. Congratulations, good bull.
Results from Class 1527, your senior bull calf champion goes to entry 5005. That is Colt Hahn, 9 lives, 5M, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas. Congratulations, Tyler. Coming up next, we will have Class 1533. These are spring yearling bulls born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
As I get coming around the corner here, the darker pigmented bull is going to be the one I'm going to use. I think he's just got the distinct advantage, and just in terms of length and extension, and he's still in terms of correctness, in terms of angle to his rear hock, the way he sets down and on his pasture, and he still has a good look. And I think he's just the impressive bull of the pair. The bull in second, he's probably a little thicker topped, has a little more turn, the upper part of his rib cage. He's still pronounced in where his neck comes up high of his shoulder. I like and appreciate that. He gets just a little shorter hipped, a little more upright in his rear hock and pasture, and I'd like to see him just for longevity, mobility standpoint. We'd like to soften him up in terms of his structure.
Placings in Class 1533 Spring Yearling Bulls. First place goes to entry 680. That is HH Mr. Impact Expedition 4011, exhibited by Hula Herefords of Creston, Nebraska. And second place, entry 2101, that's NH Thread 3M, exhibited by Nelson Herefords of Burwell, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we've got Class 1535. These are junior yearling bulls born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
Two very good individuals here that do have some differences to talk about, but staying true in terms of how I've been sorting them cattle. We've just got a good, fresh, stout one to win a class. I just read him with a lot of good to him in terms of one that patterns up like you'd like to see one, but still explosive in terms of the muscle down his top. And I talk about having that muscle start right in there behind his shoulders, and he does that really well. Carries it back there into his hip. Good in terms of his angles, just a high quality individual. We'll get out here and we can talk about him here in the bull spot just a little, but a very, very good individual. Times it maybe just give him a little softness to his hock, but still very, very impressive. The bull comes out here second, one that got a little more size and scale. He too still is a big topped, heavy muscled bull for his presentation. I like that about him. He's still very proud, got a good look. For me, it just gets right there at his front shoulder. He's too straight in the angle to his shoulder, a little far forward in terms of his knee. I just like to relax him in that area, but still a good high quality animal. Did a good job here and a good bull show.
Results from Class 1535. First place goes to entry 3980. That is VCR BEB 229G Top Shelf 401M, exhibited by Blair Bueller of Fairbury, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2154 HHE42 E0104 Tradesman 42 ET, exhibited by Hualt Herefords of Randolph, Nebraska. Now, we'll be gathering up all of our division winners, and we will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Hereford Bulls.
Again, compliments here as we go through, and these guys have brought us a really good show, and I thank the Hereford breeders for, and I know being out here at the fair, but for bringing this kind of quality, because we've got a top end of each one of the divisions we had that are very, very impressive, and I like cattle with some muscle, some shape, some soundness. And I think we've got some good representatives out here. As we go through, and we talked about those things to know where we're at. But a good division. I'm going to like the pair of them that we get out of here really well. So, folks, put your hands together. I'll get you a champion to reserve.
Your grand champion, Polled Hereford Bull, goes to entry 5005. Bull's name is Colt Hahn, 9 lives, 5M, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas. Congratulations, Tyler. And your reserve grand champion goes to entry 3980. That is VCR BEB 229G. Top Shelf 401M, exhibited by Blair Bueller and Valley View Ranch of Fairbury, Nebraska. Congratulations to all the Hereford Bull exhibitors. We appreciate you being here at the Nebraska State Fair with us. And we'll look for you all tonight at the Supreme Drive.
Every day.
I love it.
We're taking a short break here to take some Grand Champion Bull pictures at the backdrop with the judge, and then we'll be starting in on our main Anjou portion of the State Fair show today. It'll be just a few moments away. Good afternoon. We'll be starting our main Anjou show here at the Nebraska State Fair. First class in is class 1602. These are all females born in the year of 2025 this spring. Would like to make a special introduction and thank a special person for being with us here today. We've got Blake Nelson from the American Maine Anjou Association. We appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to join us and be amongst the people. Thanks, Blake. Glad to have you here. If you guys have questions about the American Maine Anjou Association, please look up Blake. I'm sure he'd be happy to visit with you.
And that he does do a good job, and they have one of the premier fast and growing junior nationals you could get to. What a way to start as you get out here. This young heifer here to start us off in this division of high Maine Anjous is she's a spectacular. She got a beautiful look to her. She has a lot of things I've been talking about. You know, cattle that have some substance, still have some bone, but yet clean jointed, very flexible at the ground. Still gives you a beautiful look from the side. Very, very impressive heifer to start with. My congratulations to you. Second and third got a little bit closer in terms of placing. I think both of them probably give up a little bit in terms of rib and body. But I think as we got them out here and got going, the one I chose to leave second, she just more correct in her top and her spine. She just held things together as we put them in motion a little better than the one in third. And I know tough for a calf to get them to go to town and get them to fill up in terms of eating and drinking. So I think she probably will get there someday, but a very, very nice heifer. This heifer here is long-bodied, very muscular, just gets a little more up in her back, but I like her length in her front end. Good way to start, really nice class. Congratulations.
Results from class 1602. First place goes to entry 3669. That is CARL Nova 61N, exhibited by Ryan Carlson of Julesburg, Colorado. Second place goes to entry 1864, RESN Jules Sweet Willie 710N, exhibited by Journey Reasons of Hoskins, Nebraska. And third place, entry 3195, SKSK Miss Natalie 50N, exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. They'll also be your champion and reserve champion junior heifer calf. Coming in next, we'll have class 1612, that is spring yearling heifers born April of 2024.
Let's see, am I working or not working? I don't think I'm plugged in yet, girls. Let's see. Try the other one.
It's very, very high quality, and she's just got a lot of good, and wherever you want to start and talk about her from a positive standpoint, you could sure do that. And I just start at the front. She's feminine headed, thin about her neck, still ties in good to the way she blends and transitions shoulder to her forerib. Still got some rib and flank. Just a high quality female. Young lady did a nice job. Very good heifer.
Okay, well.
Results from class 1612.
Got anything? Looks like it's coming there, but it's bouncing off. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
No. Well.
These are spring yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
Young lady comes back out here, brings us a very, very high quality heifer again. And, you know, you get up on her and she is just really, really well presented. And some things I like about her, not only you can tell she's very attractive to look at, but this is a powerful heifer that's still stout topped, big hipped, and yet still smooth as she gets out and goes. Does some things in a good size, good package. So we'll get her out here. We'll bring them back. And we've got maybe not a lot of numbers in this group, but we got an elite set of main and Jew cattle to look and talk about as we go, and I'll describe them one more time before we pick them. But young lady does a nice job, very good heifer.
First place in Class 16-16, spring yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 3670. That is Dual Margot 400M, exhibited by Ryan Carlson of Julesburg, Colorado. Now we'll be selecting our champion junior heifer. We're going to go right into our grand drive. We'll be selecting our grand champion main and Jew female.
Okay. I'm not sure why you can't hear. Testing. I can hear myself.
See, I can't hear. Here's what you're looking at. I couldn't hear myself on mine or my.
Like, I can hear myself right now coming out of this headphone only. Can you see if you can hear me out of that? Can you hear me? You can't hear me?
No.
No? I can
Wait a
hear.
minute. Now I can.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
I'll just, yeah.
You'll have to be like slightly distant away, and he'll try to have to put it straight up to, not right on his lips, but like he'll have to.
Okay. But you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So.
I think we are good.
All righty.
It's on right now if you want to say anything.
Is it on or up, or which way is it?
It's on right now.
Okay. Well, we got the judge.
Just not a very many few head, and you kind of just go and you cruise through, and you know sometimes you got to work your way through a heck of a show to get into what you've got, and I'm going to just try to let you in on what I'm thinking, and I've got some things that we could, you know, just some question marks of each one, and yet some things that I think they do really, really a good job. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that calf, and I know she's not one to stand there perfect for me right there, but young lady, get her top down, because I think, you know, pound for pound, inch for inch, with this one come in there, that young lady showed her. She didn't give it anything in terms of quality. She may give up some age and maturity, because I think she, you know, we give her day in due time, but man, I see so much good in that thing. It's just how good looking and high her neck comes up out of her shoulder. She looks as good on the move as she ever does standing there. Still has some muscle, cleanness of joint. I think that one's got a big time future. I know she gets with two high-end ones right in there behind her, but she deserves her due credit for where she's at. Okay, the white flanked one, as we talk about her, and I think where she is really good and things that I like. She's awesome in terms of her center body, the way she fits from her shoulder into her forerib, the way she maintains that balance from forerib to rear flank. I like that about her really well. I love the length of her hip. She's long and square there. And just kind of fits together really well. She's not over in terms of muscle. She gets just a little flatter in terms of her quarter at times, but still balances up with a really good maternal look. And I think she gets out here, like I say, she's cleaning her joints, gets out and moves good as well. You know, the one that comes out of that next class, and she was really well presented, and I think she's really a good heifer. She's a little more moderate. I think we could call her that in terms of her size. She's stout and powerful. She's still very proportional. She's not maybe as long-fronted as the two cattle right there ahead of her, but it does fit together really well. I like the boldness to her rib. There's nothing wrong with her midsection from her forerib back to her rear rib and flank. My question that I get on her that I've got to ask myself, where it's at, she gets just a little tight in terms of her loin and wants to just kind of swivel out of her hip at times once she gets out and goes. So that's the thing you've got to look and take a look at. But I know that young lady is working hard, trying hard. That's a beautiful, high-quality heifer that I like really well, and I know where we've got to get to. But for me, kind of the one that matches more for what I've been doing here and what we've been doing here today, this young lady was white-legged heifer, just that maternal look of body and balance and quality. She'll be our champion. Young lady there, be reserved. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you, Judge Holcamp. The champion in reserve.
Your grand champion, Maine Anjou female.
Both out of all me's. The champion was exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, BBR Majestic 655M, and all me out of the Xena cow from Blind Badger. And the reserve was also exhibited by Reen Carlson from Julesburg, Colorado. Carl Nova 61N and all me Icon. So, and our judge Chad Holcamp kind of nailed that on the head. You got 4 national champion caliber cattle out there, all talking about with a 4-head show, and all of them are good enough to work. So, anyway, we are now on bulls. And our man Brad is back.
Well, hello, Timmy.
How
hello,
we doing,
everybody.
Brad? How we doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
Yeah, Brad Tucker's joining me with Timberk. We are showing Maine Anjous, and we've even got our Noble Numpkin out there leading the way. We got Mr. Blake Nelson here from the Maine Anjou Association, Chad Holcamp judging.
Look at him working overtime.
And he is, and we just had you just seen them walking up here.
Looks like a really, really good show.
Pair of them. Yeah,
looks like we're going to have 300-400 of them in here by the looks of that competition.
And I think those 2 might have still been standing there.
Yeah.
In fact, I know the one was very successful this summer. The white-legged heifer Dunks had a good trip to Junior Nationals. Of course, Carlson's calf didn't go this year, but I'd say she'll go next year.
Yep.
Whoever buys her, she'll be selling. I know they said last night, I talked to them and had that calf in the feeder calf show, and that calf will be selling on their online sale. The High Plains Gathering in October. I knew the date at one time, but that's a lot to ask. So now we got Nathan Lashley. And Nathan Lashley, we're a bull short.
We're supposed to have 3.
Yep, we are. Now we got 2. We got 2443, which is Nathan Lashley with LCC going for it all. And 2145. Wasn't even in here.
Here we go.
Class, and 2 very good individuals. You'd be proud to have them in terms of the positives they give you there. I think we just have the one to start with. Probably got a little bit more completeness, a little more flexibility that I'm probably more comfortable with to start with. I like him in terms of center body, but really like him in terms of flexibility. He's still good in terms of front end. You get him behind there, he's got some thickness to his hip and quarter. We like that about him. Now, as we get in here and talk about the stout-legged, big-footed one, that's a bull in second. He is stout, he's rugged, he's muscular in his top and his hip. But part of that in terms of his immaturity, for me, what I like, I would transition him better from his shoulder to his forerib, and that will get better in time. But for today, that's where he comes up a little bit shy in there. But that's still a very, very high-quality bull that if you're looking to add some bone and foot size, that young herd sire there will do it someday down the road.
Results in our Maine Anjou Bull Show. Winning first place, division, and grand champion. We've got entry 3851, that is PLK, all for one. 593N ET, exhibited by AJ Pospischel of Atkinson, Nebraska. Second place, reserve division and reserve grand champion overall. Goes to entry 2443, that is LCC, going for it all, exhibited by Nathan Lashley of Curtis, Nebraska. Coming up next, we will show our Mainetainer classes. We'll have class 1601. These are spring heifer calves born March 2025 or older. Later, sorry.
Look for a minute here. Did you catch any numbers here? I
Well,
believe.
we're looking for 2, and we've got 2, so we should be
If I was
good.
betting, man, I'd bet we're on Kyle Martz, Bluegrass, Iowa.
1601.
We are. She won her class. She was about 34th overall last night in the feeder
Okay, got it.
That's why I don't know a Martz from Nebraska that I was asking about this morning.
Oh, I got you.
Because
right.
he's a Martz from Iowa. We got Kyle Martz and Kyle Martz with 2 entries.
Bluegrass, Iowa.
Yep.
All right, pair of nice females. So Chad's going to put them in motion. We're going to see what we get here. Pair of nice young females.
Yes, they are.
One's in April, one's
really
in May.
Nice.
Okay, here we go.
Yep.
Looks like March is going to be second.
And March.
As we get here, as young lady there on the front's got the pair of these cattle, and I think this is really close. I think they've got really good gives and takes, but the main thing to take away from this is they both have got a lot of quality, and I think the advantages of the black heifer over the black and white one start at the ground in terms of her foot, angle to her hock, and then works her way up into her tail head. When you get her in motion, she keeps her tail head better. She's more flexible. She's a little bit bigger and stouter footed. She's still good and deep in terms of her side. I like that about her. She is good neck. She's just not as good necked as the one right there behind her, but a very, very nice heifer. The Baldy heifer, she is so feminine in terms of her head, little in terms of her throat, still ties down in there good from her chest floor to have some roundness to her rib. My pick on her is right there in her tail head. Her tail head gets a little higher for me than what I'd like to see. I'd like to drop that down. But again, my compliments, 2 very nice heifers.
Okay, those Martz heifers, Brad, they showed them last night in the feeder calf show, and the Baldy that goes second ends up 3rd overall. And of course, they weigh them. The big black heifer got behind Carlson's,
right,
that you just saw in the last class, because they just weigh them. That was the one that was 7th. That was the other one of these.
Oh, she was 7th overall.
So he switched the pair. It was tough last night. The black and white heifer was actually the one that went 3rd overall last night.
Okay, all right.
So difference of opinion.
Difference of opinion.
Cattle, but it's interesting to see. We were just talking about that over there, if you remember, about
that's why we show
having
them.
people see them and seeing the different.
Now that makes a lot of sense.
It does, and they fit better that way together when you put them together like that. That heifer is way more overpowering.
Just a little more altogether.
And I'm pretty sure the black heifer was showing about 3 times as good, too, today. So now we got Angel.
3, looking for 3.
Dunker, and I know that's a Kingston. Can't remember what Angel is. That one's a
Kingston
Lime
there.
Badger
Okay.
bred that bull.
Oh, very good.
Journey Reason's Bourbon Street. Must go back to whiskey.
No, makes sense.
Okay, so we got No, we don't. We're
2.
missing Christo Cattle because that's Ren Carlson leading in and Journey Reason.
Okay, we got 2.
Actually, no, it's right here.
Pair of nice young females.
Yep. So they didn't really make any hoopla of that bull deal, but that would have been the automatic.
That would have been, there's your Grand and Reserve right there in the calf division.
Yep.
These are February's.
Yep. Our Nebraska folks need to get after this a little bit. The Maine Junior National is going to be right here in this arena.
Exactly.
Ren's going to whip them with her heifer because she's going to be back next year, and they're going to have a little do that. Or that's not Ren either, though. That is, but that's Chase Dunker's.
Okay. Yep. Gonna leave them as they were. Here he comes.
Yep.
Again, two very nice, high-quality females that are very, very unique in some areas that we talk about. But the one that is just, from a completeness and soundness is going to be the all-black heifer the little young lady is showing. She gets set up. She's so beautiful from the side, and her silhouette with the length of her front end and the way she puts those ears up around, you sure like it. You put her in motion, she's the best in this pair in terms of the correctness to her hock, the angle to her pasture, and the way she sets down, just very comfortable as she gets around. Very, very nice heifer. Now, she maybe just could use a little more stoutness, and that's where the heifer behind her has more stoutness, more power, more bone, the black and white one. And she is, you get up on her, and you can see her from there. That's one little neck bovine right there. She does really good. But for me, where I pick on your heifer a little bit is right there at her rear hock. I'd like to hopefully just clean her joints up a little bit, relax her in terms of the way she uses her rear hock and sets it down. But still, very, very nice heifer, nice pair. My compliments of both those two exhibitors.
Results from Class 1603, first place.
Okay, we're rerunning there. Dunker cattle, they were first place. Ovid, Colorado, Journey Reason, Hoskins, Nebraska. With second, we're gonna come back in here now. We're gonna have our division champion. Gonna be looking for our junior heifer calf champion. Good pair to draw to. Really good pair to draw to.
Boy, they really are.
That's a good set. The Marks heifer there from Bluegrass, Iowa. The first heifer on the right-hand side, and Dunker cattle from Colorado.
Yep.
Heifer on the left on your screen.
Them are the kind anybody'd be proud to lead.
I tell you what. Really, really good. I'll let Chad tell us.
Very, very, very competitive here in this first calf division, your Mainetainer show, and just fun to look at. They're good cattle. And that one to come out of that first class, I thought that pair was, very close in differences, but, I just like the foot size, the flexibility, the way she moves, the one there in front. She's got some rib shape to her. She still has some muscle for this age and development in her condition and maturity. I think she's got some shape. We'd maybe square up a little bit up high in terms of her hip, but she does give you a really good, stout, powerful look. Young lady's heifer, so attractive and long and very flexible as she gets out here. I think she probably just still a little bit narrower built type heifer. You'd like to maybe pull her apart, but yet still so attractive and so sound. But to me, I'm going to go ahead and use the first calf to win the first division. Congratulations. This young lady here with the other class winner is going to be reserved. Give them a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
And our champion goes to the Martz heifer,
The Martz heifer out of Iowa. Yeah.
Yep.
That was
and
your
that
champion.
Is a Here I Am out of a I-80.
Here I Am I-80. Okay. And then Dunker cattle from Ovid, Colorado was reserved. They won that second class.
Yep.
Pair of really good heifers. Nice set.
All right.
Okay.
Now we got a fairly decent little one and only heifer coming in. Maintainer deal. This is going to be Preston Hartman.
Heifer?
KMEM, my one and only ET.
Okay.
November.
And this is also going to be your division champion, isn't it?
Yep. I keep looking at yesterday's program. That's not going to work very good for me.
No, yesterday's program is not going to give you the directions.
Are we? Lord knows I need directions. Then we got a...
Yeah, we got a Preston Hartman here. He's got himself a nice fall heifer.
Young man brings us just a flawless patterned heifer here to win this single entry to be our fall champion there. When he gets her set up and gets her top down like that, and she's just striking. She's very captivating to look at. She blends together well, and as she first come in there for her size, just her feet are big and yet sets down well and good in her body. So we'll talk about her some more, but a very nice heifer. Congratulations to him.
Well, you heard the judge's comments there. Flawless in her design, so I think he thinks quite a little bit of that female.
She looks a little better today. Maybe she's got a little more furrow. You know, they showed in the 4-H showing she was reserved yesterday.
She was reserved, okay.
To a big heifer, but I can't remember which one. I suppose we'll see her in a minute, too. So now, we got spring yearlings. We got 2 Aprils and 3 March. We got Brantley Went, Lazy K Cattle Team, Yellowneck Cattle, Lazy K Cattle Team again, and Grady Luby. Both the Lazy K's are gateway cattle.
Yeah. All right. 5 of them. Here we go, Tim. This is going to be interesting.
It is.
Got a nice set. We might have to do another hot lap here just to make sure we got everybody.
I would think.
Accounted for.
I would think we'd take 1 lap at least.
What's our ages? It looks like we're spread out in age a little bit here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're covering
22 to 2,
6 weeks. Here we go. We're going to cast them in motion. Probably start sorting themselves even a little bit more.
I would think.
Hey, you got Blake Nelson out there. Look at him go. He's doing a heck of a job.
He is. He does a good job for us in the Mainetainer Association. Brad, he really does.
Nice job of promoting.
Yep. You know, it doesn't look like Miss Abby since she's had a couple babies and been growing up and all that stuff. It doesn't look like she forgot
how to
any
show
of
one.
her skills from her junior days. She looks like she can still show a
still kind of puts one together out there on the stick.
Yep, that's a good showman. She always has been.
Looks like we're going to start with the first 3.
Yep.
Okay, get the rest of them in line.
Yep, we got Heartbreaker in first, RJC Heartbreaker. And we got, must have the 2.
Right here, I think.
I think you're right. She was behind, she was in the back. That's the black and white one.
Oh, it's a black and white one,
Yep.
That's right.
Either way, it's
high quality class. We've got a heifer, young lady, beautiful in terms of presentation, the way you've got her ready out here, and I think she's still fresh in terms of her condition for her age. She is big bodied, she's clean jointed, she's very flexible. She gets out and goes. With that extra extension, I think she still balances up really, really well. Her chest floor is way good in relation to her rear rib and flank. Got maybe just a little bit of forward chest, but not enough to throw her out of balance. That's a heifer I like really well. On the big bread side, that looks very nice. You know, I kind of dropped over to this little more moderate sized one, but where she really hits my fancy is right there on top of her shoulder. She's so good in her top line, so attractive in the upper part of her hip, the squareness, cleanness that she does have. Now, she probably, you know, comparatively becomes just a little shorter fronted and could be relaxed in her rear hock, especially compared to the one right ahead of her. But that's a very good, proportional, well-built heifer I like as well. The one in third, you know, I debated about moving her up there. That's a big, stout, high-performing one, but she's also very athletic. She's really agile in terms of the utilization of her hock, the way she sets down on her foot. I like that about her. She becomes just a little staler in terms of condition. She's got a little more shape on her top that works its way to the top side of her neck. I still think that's a very good breeding piece when you take one with that much size and power and still make them athletic and sound. I think she's a very, very nice heifer. I'm always attracted to a nice baldy calf. This young man's got a good heifer. She, too, may be just a little bit past her prime in terms of condition, the way she comes off of her hind two. I'd like to change her hock. But the front two-thirds of her is very nice. She's bold in her rib and still very, very attractive, does a nice job. The next heifer rounding out the class still has got some things that we like as we talk about, you know, the way one blends from front to rear. She does that really well, has a nice look, just needs a little bit more hip and quarter and midsection to go ahead and compete with them ones right ahead of her. But a nice heifer. Again, my compliments to the Mainetainer, Maine and Jew type breeders. Did a heck of a good job on a very, very nice show here so far.
You bet.
All right, run her down, Tim.
You bet. We got Grady Luby winning that class. Lazy K cattle in second. Third was Yellowneck Cattle. Fourth, Brantley Went. And fifth, Lazy K again. That heifer of Luby's was a Memphis Mafia broker.
Okay.
About that for a little bit of everything. And who
Yeah,
made
that
who
is.
on the bottom of that? One of those clones. I think that's a Harrietta clone down on the bottom, if I'm reading that all right.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it's a Harris deal. Now we got Callie Thorpe.
Callie Thorpe, Colorado.
Yep, that's another one of the Dunker and Carlson Mafia.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
She
Nice
might not
female.
be a Mafia. She might be something else, but that's a
really nice female.
The Blind Badger protege.
Oh, okay.
Here we come again.
Good. They will make that a division. We'll call it a junior yearling class, and then we will have the next class, and this will be a separate division. Class 16-15 junior yearling heifers.
We get out here, single entry, and boy, I tell you what, she brings Minnie out here, and she is high quality. She's got a look, you know, she may be of this division, some others just a little slicker haired comparatively, but she really don't need it anywhere. She's very attractive in her front end. She's good and fresh in terms of her condition. She's got some length to her hip, good in terms of her angles. Very, very nice heifer that does a nice job, and you've done a good job working with her. Congratulations to her.
Well, that's too bad she was a single entry because she could
She could have
withstand a
handled
lot
some
of
heat.
competition. All right.
I looked her up yesterday, but I can't remember.
Remember what she was? She's Blind Badger bred, you say? Blind
Yep.
Badger, okay.
I think I'm going to look it before I say it because I think
Does that
it's
not automatically make? No, that does not automatically make her that breed or division champion. So.
Yep. She's a Kingston dominatrix.
Oh, I guess
so
that is
is
a
kind
division.
of a double bred.
Okay, that was a division. So she won her single entry as a division. Okay, here we go, Tim. We're gonna line them up from calf to senior yearling.
And boy,
that's quite a lineup. It's like there's a couple of them out there that might be standing out just a little bit more than the others.
Yeah. I don't know, though. I mean,
that's a really good set of 4.
It really is.
Again, I can't say enough about the quality we had in our high main show of how good it was, and then we stepped right in here in your maintainer division, and man, what a high quality set. We started down there in them calves, and I think that they were good. Both of them were high quality, had a look. Had some cattle with some muscle, some substance like you'd expect in this breed, and doing a nice job and a good set of calves. Then we get down in here, and then we move up and get the age that we start to be ready to rumble, to say, in terms of quality and kind. Now the fall heifer, she's a single entry out there, and I talked about how good she was, and when she gives you a pose, she can really give you that deadly look from the side. I think she's just so beautiful in terms of her head, her neck, her flatness to her shoulder. Her feet are big. She bounces up really well. Now, for me to tweak her just a little, when we get her in motion, she may get up a little bit in her top, and she becomes just a little flatter in terms of her shape, but yet that's still a very, very high-quality heifer. Then we get the big stout heifer there that come out of that big class, and really one that's really well presented. She's a big cowy one that's still clean-jointed, very flexible, got a really good look. I like the way her neck comes up out of her shoulder, and she too gives you a beautiful look from the side. I think a very, very nice heifer. I like that one quite well as also. Then this young lady, you've got another one that didn't maybe have the hair coat, but she's beautiful in terms of her pattern, her look. Still has some power. We're up here in that bigger bred heifer, so it's a little harder for them to stay as fresh as they've kept her, and I think that's impressive. How fresh you've kept her at home to still have some true shape and muscle, still clean jointed, good angles, does a good job. A heifer I like really well. She's got a good presence to her. At times we could get her out and have her go with just a little bit more flexibility to her hock, and she could be just a little bigger footed to set down on that pastern. But still, from a maternal look, she's beautiful pattern, got a good look. So we'll take a look out here. I think I've got a champion I like real well. I think reserve becomes a little bit closer. But folks, put your hands together, and I'll get you a top 2 again. Very, very nice set of heifers in this division.
Okay, there you go. The Luby heifer. Yep. She going to be your winner.
Yep.
That was your Memphis Mafia broker.
Yep.
Got to have a little bit of that Simmental sneaking in there.
Absolutely. And then we got Gateway Bougie here. We got Lazy K.
Yep.
Coming in with the black and white heifer.
Yeah, heifer was second in that class. He really liked that little heifer when she was in that class, because she was one of the more moderate ones. He started with that bigger outline female, come back to her, drop down just a little bit. Yeah, I think it's a little tighter here when we start looking at reserve.
Absolutely.
Going to take the big senior.
Look at there.
Yeah.
Callie Thorpe.
Okay, there you go. Colorado heifer.
Thorpe.
Nicely done.
You bet.
Nice champion, nice reserve.
Well,
really good set.
Well, I'm turning pages, Brad, and I don't see any more livestock.
You don't see any more livestock coming?
Well,
we don't have any bulls? It's like we're bullless.
I wonder why. I'm not very smart. I'm not a very smart guy. They run that Maine Angus bull as an AOB this morning.
That's correct. Could we have not brought him back here?
Or he should have just been here.
Yeah.
He was going to win it anyway.
Correct.
But that's strange. I guess I didn't.
Well, that wraps up all the breeds for the day.
It does. I think we're ready for the 5 o'clock.
We're ready for our final drive. Our
5 o'clock
drive,
whistle.
5 p.m. Central.
Yep. So we will see you then.
We'll tune back in.
All righty.
Got our mature cow class, 13-18.
You know, as this one gets out here, I know we've got a single entry, and you know, you look and you debate, and you got just such close calls you talk about and where you're at. But what I love about this cow, when she walks in there, she is athletic. She is sure-footed. She gets around, maintains that balance really well. She has that doability look to her, where she's got some, you know, she's real easy keeping and doing. You know, as I asked her and I said where we're at, you've got to decide, you know, 6-year-old cow. You know, I think she's good in terms of her teat size gets a little bit bigger, and her udder's still just a little uneven. Not bad. We're being overcritical of still one that looks like she's very milky, very wet, but that's a very good animal in terms of just structure and balance, what we like to see. So congratulations on a nice heifer, nice female, nice cow.
First place in class 13-18 mature cows goes to entry 298. Mooster's Scarlet Fever, exhibited by Have a Heart Ranch, LLC of Opal, Wyoming. We will now be having a champion mature female division.
You know, what an impressive lineup of three cows out here in this set of Dexter females, and you know, just very, very impressive in terms of the lineup as we go. The black one, you know, I thought she balanced up extremely well. I thought she's very sound, she's very angular, she's very feminine. She's good in terms of her udder, in terms of levelness to the fullness to her udder, still levelness and squareness that she has underneath. Just a very, very nice female. The red heifer come out here next. She's really nice on her teat size and fullness to her udder, like her femininity. She probably of the trio gives up the most in terms of balance when we put her in motion. I just think she needs a little more to her in terms of rear body, a little bit of muscle, but still a very feminine type female. You know, the cow, I've got to ask myself, because I love that cow when she gets out in motion and walks and moves. She's so got so much confidence in each step that she takes and balances up good. Now, I would probably still tweak her udder just a little, and I think that's probably where my question is on her, but very nice female. But for me, that black one has got the most balance, most fault-free, less problems. She will be champion. Still can't move away from the soundness of the cow to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion mature female goes to entry 1709, SMD Ellie Nell, exhibited by Silver Maple Dexters of Adams, Nebraska. And reserve champion mature female goes to entry 298, Mooster's Scarlet Fever, exhibited by Have a Heart Ranch of Opal, Wyoming. Coming up next, we'll have class 1320, that is our cow-calf pairs.
We got to do the grand.
Calf must be under 6 months of age.
Grand Dexter.
No. Nope.
Grand Dexter.
We need to do grand champion and reserve grand champion Dexter female. Excuse me.
We've gone rogue.
So we get out here, Dexter exhibitors. Yeah, nice show. We've got some good females that do a lot of things, and we've got a lot of parity within this group. And I'm really happy with the ones we've had out here because they do have some body, have some smoothness, have some maternal look, and eye appeal like we'd see. The calf would come out of that first one. I thought she had some extension, gives up some maturity, but she still has some muscle, some shape. This one here, she had that depth of body that I like. She's flat and angular about her shoulder, does some things real well that we can appreciate. We get in that cow. I thought that was our toughest division as you had all three of them out there. That's just a beautifully uttered, smooth, feminine female that maintains her balance really well. So if you put your hands together, I'll walk over here and we'll get you a grand reserve. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Your grand champion female goes to entry 298, Mooster's Scarlet Fever, exhibited by Have a Heart Ranch, LLC of Opal, Wyoming. Reserve grand champion Dexter goes to entry 1709, SMD Ellie Nell, exhibited by Silver Maple Dexters of Adams, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our cow-calf pair class. The calf must be under 6 months of age.
as we get out here in your cow-calf pair, the younger calf. But, it's kind of interesting, and I like how you do that, where you actually judge the cow, and then you come back and then go through and place, because I did have those two cows switched, within division as I picked them, and I did like them, and I still like the cows probably that away, but it makes it interesting when you bring the calf back out here. This cow's got a beautiful bull calf on him. He's big, he's stout, he's burly, he's got a good look, he still proportions well, and you can tell with the udder quality she has, done a good job, and her bull calf probably balances up better than what she does, so she's transmitting even a little better than what I think she is, so that's a good thing, and that's a positive, so congratulations to her. The cow there in second, the 6-year-old cow, I just love her in terms of her soundness and mobility and flexibility. I think she does a good job. Her heifer calf at side definitely going to be a keeper you'll want to hang on to, and you got that kind of genetics. Just a good female, just give up a little bit of size to the one behind her. The gray cow, we talked about her. She's full in terms of her udder. She has some femininity. I thought her teeth's just a little bit longer. Her bull calf could be just a little bigger and stouter comparatively, but a very, very nice cow. Did a nice job with a good calf. This cow here coming out next, she's very feminine, long, and extended. We talk a little bit about there. She's a little bit longer footed, gets underneath herself a little bit in terms of her foot. I'd like to change that from that structure. She's got a nice little heifer calf that won that first division and doing a nice job. So congratulations to them. Nice set of Dexter cattle.
On to the bulls. Wait, no, we have to do the udder.
First place in your cow-calf pair class goes to entry 305. That's Mooster's Macaroon, exhibited by Have a Heart Ranch, LLC of Opal, Wyoming. Second place, entry 304, Mooster's Scarlet Fever, exhibited by Have a Heart Ranch, LLC of Opal, Wyoming. Third place, entry 1715, SMD Tatum Nell, exhibited by Silver Maple Dexters of Adams, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry 3129, Sheen's Reba, exhibited by Jesse Buck of Kearney, Nebraska.
Flipped. We're going to best udder.
While we have our females up here at the ring, we will be going to our best udder class, and that'll be at the back of your program. Just simplifies life for the exhibitors, so be happy to do that.
this is very close. We're just talking about udder, looking at udder, studying udder, and to me, I think we just got some minor differences. But where I do see the advantage of the red one in terms of udder, just a fullness in each 4 of the quarters, and yet still her teat size is still refined. Her length is very even all the way around. Looks to me to have an udder that should stay intact and do a good job all the way down the road. I do like the black one in terms of fullness. She has some uniformity of her teat size, maybe just a little longer than what I get is comfortable for on trying to make the call between them two, but a very, very nice cow. I like the fullness of the udder. The other one's just a little bit coarser and uneven in her teat size, but again, nice job there in that best udder competition.
First placed in the best udder class goes to entry 306, Have a Heart Ranch, LLC, exhibited from Opal, Wyoming. Second place goes to entry 1718, SMD Ellie Nell, exhibited by Silver Maple Dexters of Adams, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 307, Have a Heart Ranch of Opal, Wyoming.
8
3 in this class.
3 in this class. As long as there's
Coming up now, we're going to switch genders, and we will be showing bull calves. Be class 1322 junior bull calves born March 1st, 2025 and after.
As we get a nice trio here, these younger April and May bull calves, and we've seen him alongside of his mother, and I thought he was very impressive in that standpoint. I think he still is, and where I think he excels is just length of body, and that's where you still can have in a moderate size. You can still have some weight, some performance in there. I think that bull proportions really well. Just a good, stout, big, proud one that does a good job. Now, when you talk about muscularity, this one here in this second, this is is stout topped one. He's got some loin shape to him, got some hip and quarter. I like that about him. He becomes just a little bit more compact, a little bit plainer up front. The chocolate calf coming out next, he too is very muscular. Just gives up a little bit more in terms of performance than to the other two right ahead of him.
First place in Class 1322 goes to entry 301. That's HAHR Cookie Monster, exhibited by Have a Heart Ranch of Opal, Wyoming. Second place goes to entry 1713, SMD Doge Paycheck, exhibited by Silver Maple Dexters of Adams, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 1719, SMD Elon Paycheck, exhibited by Silver Maple Dexters of Adams, Nebraska. That will be your automatic calf champion. Coming up next will be Class 1326 Junior Yearling Bulls. These bulls are born March 1st, August 31st of 2024.
These older, more mature bulls, a little more challenging to kind of go together. And I think as we go through, we'll talk about some things. But body shape, composition, that's a bull to start with, in my opinion. He's stout and bold in his forerib, big in his back, has some thickness you get behind him. Could use a little more lower quarter, but still a very, very nice individual. Young man's bull coming out here next. I think he's balances up pretty well. He's a little greener, but I like his masculinity, his sheer width in terms of his top. He's still good in terms of his angles. Just need a little more feed in him, a little more condition, and I think he'd have been right there at the very top, even though he's still reserve in this division. Congratulations to him. The black bull, smooth made, good shouldered, a little bit flatter in terms of his rib, a little off in terms of his hip, but a good, flexible, very mobile bull. The chocolate bull coming out here next, still deep-sided, but just runs out of balance for me. Just too deep in terms of his chest floor, not enough product in terms of his hip and quarter to balance up a little bit. But again, nice set of bulls. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 1326. First place goes to entry 1712. That's SMD Mac-Ben-Nell, exhibited by Silver Maple Dexters of Adams, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2631. BAA Mac-Dubbin Ogretta, exhibited by Erica Lance of Stanton, Iowa. Third place, entry 2630. BAA Maximus O'Gorm, exhibited by Erica Lance of Stanton, Iowa. And fourth place, entry 4043, Pint-Sized Pappy, exhibited by Travis Stumer of Polk, Nebraska. That will be your champion yearling bull. Now we've got a class 2-year-old bulls born September 1st, 2022 to August 31st of 2023.
This lady here keeps bringing us high-quality stock, and we've got a really good-looking, stout, proud bull here. That 2-year-old, he's got some durability to him. He's got some smoothness, still has some power. He's still attractive in terms of head, neck, and front end. Does some things really well. We'll bring him back out here, talk about him again, but a very nice individual. Congratulations to you.
First place goes to entry 303, Little Hoof Parker, exhibited by Have a Heart Ranch, LLC of Opal, Wyoming. Now we'll be selecting our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion, Dexter Bull.
as we get out here. Again, very happy with the three representative each one of the age groups in terms of your Dexter division. I think cattle have got some true shape to them, still have some muscle, still have some balance, still have some durability that makes them fun to look through and sort. I guess to me, they're still the one that probably still got the most power and still the best look. Part of that advantage is his age, but I do like the big bull. He will be your champion. Congratulations there. Followed by this bull here in the middle to be a reserve champion. Give them a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Your grand champion Dexter bull goes to entry 303, Little Hoof Parker, exhibited by Have a Heart Ranch, LLC of Opal, Wyoming. Your reserve grand champion Dexter bull goes to entry 1712, SMD Mac Ben Nell, exhibited by Silver Maple Dexters of Adams, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors. Coming up next, we'll be working on our steer classes, class 1334. These are young steers, 11 to 16 months of age.
Young fellow brings us a very, very high quality steer. He's good. Moneymaker, I like him. Got a good name. He got a good build. You can appreciate that. He's got some shape just as you talk about. I like that color, but he bounces up proportions really well. Got a look of a show calf. Big top, big hip. Nice job. Folks, give him a nice round of applause for champion Dexter steer.
All right, we're good.
First place in our young steer class goes to entry 2633. That is BAA Moneymaker O'Killian, exhibited by Erica Lance of Stanton, Iowa. Coming in next, we'll have our group classes. First class will be 1138, Get-of-sire. Single entry, exhibited by Silver Maple Dexters of Adams, Nebraska. They get first in that class. We're going to go on to our produce of dam class. Got 2 entries here. Results from our produce of dam class. First place goes to entry 1717. That is SMD Maddie Brigos, exhibited by Silver Maple Dexters of Adams, Nebraska. And second place, entry 4044, exhibited by Travis Stumer of Polk, Nebraska. That concludes our Dexter show here today at the Nebraska State Fair. Reminder, at 5 o'clock, we'll be doing our Supreme Drive. We will start with our females and then go to the pairs and then have the bull show. Please be here at 5 o'clock for all the excitement then. Thank you.